What's up, kids? It is the Matt Murphy Radio Show, underway for another day, 7 minutes after 3 o'clock. Glad to have you with us on this portion of the broadcast day. They give us 4 full hours, and we try to fill it with entertaining information, insight, and perhaps a little conversation. 615-737-9986. Love getting you on the phones, especially on a First Amendment Freestyle Friday, and it is. Someone left maters in the studio. They're not my maters, and they're not Chad Benson's maters. So if anybody, Louie or Ken Weaver, if you want to claim the maters, now's the time to do it. Anybody? No? All right, I'll save them for somebody else.
I've already got my maters.
You got your maters?
I got a whole sack of them.
I see. I don't. You good, Louie?
I'm good.
I don't eat rando maters, so I would need to know where they're from.
That's Sister Joan Jones.
Oh, these are Jones maters?
Yeah.
Well, then they're not. They're no longer rando maters, and they're no longer available. Thank you.
At least mine are from Joan. I don't know where those maters are from.
You know what? I know what's happening here. I just figured it out. Those are Mandis maters. That Dan Mandis. I love him. We all love him. Our lovable little morning show host, Dan Mandis, is notorious for leaving behind gifts in the studio.
Yeah.
Notorious. I don't think he means to do it, but he does. And I bet those are Mandis maters given to him by Joan Jones that he has left in the studio. Joan Jones has weighed in. Joan says I can take them home. Joan, Dan, I was right. You can take them. Dan forgot. Done and done. I shall take them home. And I shall to make a delicious tomato sandwich with them at some point over the course of the weekend. But it's not weekend yet. We got lots to get into. Obviously, the Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin summit that has been much discussed over the course of the day, over the course of the week, is now underway. At some point today, this afternoon, we are expecting that either Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump will come out on a stage together, or that Donald Trump will come out by himself and offer some sort of press conference. We will carry that for you live when it occurs on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. If you have any thoughts about what is to be expected, if you have any thoughts about what has led up to this moment, you're welcome to give us a call at 615-737-9986 or hit us up on the Super Text line at the same telephone number. We would love to hear from you in that regard. There's much other things there and much else going on as well. And we'll try to cover all of the news away from the Trump-Putin. But the Trump-Putin summit is really the huge news of the week and the huge news of the day. Now, a couple of thoughts on this summit after I give you the pleasantries, and then we'll get into your telephone calls and the like. It is episode 865 of our gathering together today on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I appreciate every single one of them. Thank you for being with us on this Friday, mid-August. For those of you that get paid twice a month, I think it's probably payday for you. We're on a variety of different platforms, 99.7 FM, 100,000 watts of blowtorch power, iHeart, Spotify, TuneIn, all of those platforms available for you. You can also download our own app and take us wherever you go on the Super Talk app. Just type in Super Talk 99.7 WTN and hit us up. There's also Talk TV, which is up and running. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. And we'd love to hear from you there as well on the YouTube chat, which is like a crazy party that goes on behind the scenes of this radio show. It's insane. And you're invited to be a part of it. Now that I've gotten the pleasantries out of the way, we are Donald Trump does not like war. That is quite clear. Donald Trump has engaged in a number of different negotiations in order to stop conflict around the globe. He likes to say 6 wars in 6 months. Now, he and his team cite, and there are some that are parsing whether or not these things are wars. I think he's trying to be simple and direct in his language. But he's citing diplomacy between Israel and Iran, the Republic of Congo and Rwanda, Cambodia and Thailand, India and Pakistan, Serbia and Kosovo, and Egypt and Ethiopia. Donald Trump, like him or not, has had direct involvement in each of these disagreements/conflicts, leveraging American will and the strength of the United States of America and our military in order to effect a peace in each of those tension laden either discussions or out-and-out conflicts. And that's great news. Any other president would already have the Nobel Peace Prize nomination at very least, and I suppose that Donald Trump's name has already been put in that mix too. The big one, outside of what's happening with Israel and Hamas right now in Gaza, the big one is Ukraine-Russia. Donald Trump felt like that he could negotiate this at a fairly rapid clip upon his second presidency. He was unable to do so, obviously. The president, now 6 months in, has changed tactics on how he deals with Vladimir Putin, indicating that he can only give him a few more weeks, if not days, before ultimately it is decided that we have to increase the already burdensome sanctions on that country in order to squeeze Russia a little more economically, squeeze Russia a little more financially in order to attempt to get Russia to come to the negotiation table. Well, Vladimir Putin came to the negotiation table when Donald Trump put a 50-day cap on it, and then he narrowed that down to 2 weeks. And after narrowing it down to 2 weeks, look what happened. Vladimir Putin said, yeah, I'll come meet with you. Where do you want to meet? Alaska? Sure, I'll come to American soil to meet with you. Vladimir Putin, whether he will agree to a ceasefire today remains to be seen. That's probably unlikely. Donald Trump's made clear, and I've got the clip for you. I've got to pull up my clip feed here. But I've got the clip for you where Donald Trump made clear, look, I'm not here to negotiate on behalf of Ukraine. I mean, obviously, Donald Trump doesn't really have the right to negotiate on behalf of Ukraine. That's up to Volodymyr Zelensky and his people. But what he does have the authority and the gravitas to do is to push Putin toward a peace by saying, look, you're going to continue to be isolated around the globe. If you want to participate in global affairs, that's fine. If you want to continue to try to get the band back together, quote unquote, the old Soviet Union, and put those pieces back together, it's not going to be as easy as perhaps you once thought, even as recently as 2022 when you initially invaded Ukraine after invading Crimea and the like. But look, if you want to continue down that path, you are going to continue a path of isolation, economic and otherwise, and it's not going to do well for you. It's not going to go well for you. Now, you can still control your nation with an iron fist, but around the global community, you're not going to be able to grow your country, grow your economy, and these sorts of things. Yeah, sure, China will continue to do business with you. India will continue to do business with you to a certain degree, but other than that, you're cut off from most parts of the rest of the world. Now, China is a big piece in all of this. India a big piece in all of this, and we understand that too. So I would reset and suggest that this is a win for the world and a win for the United States of America in as much as we've gotten Russia at least to the table so we can try to figure out what the hell they want beyond, Ukraine. Like, is there anything, anytime you're negotiating with people that have chips on the table, right? If they have a certain amount of power on the table, you cannot demand that they walk away with nothing and expect that they're going to walk away. And I know that we cannot like it, and I know that the Russians are the aggressors, and obviously it's Russia that started all of this, but Russia has to be involved in finishing it too. And if Vladimir Putin thinks that he still has the will of his military and the will of the upper echelons of his society, I don't know that he necessarily has the will of the general population. I have no idea. But if he thinks he can continue this down this road for the next however long, well, he's not going to give up everything. Why would he? So we'll continue to discuss, take your telephone calls on the subject, and wait as we anticipate. Donald Trump did say, look, if I look across from him, I'll know in 2 minutes whether or not he's ready to do anything. And, this meeting might be a very, very short one. Well, it's not been a very, very short one, as it has apparently been going on for at least some amount of time, like, 45 minutes or so. I guess it was in the 2 o'clock hour, just in the 2 o'clock hour, Middle Tennessee time, where Donald Trump walked down the carpet from Air Force One. And, of course, Vladimir Putin walked aggressively and shook his hands. And they had that little photographic moment there on the tarmac with the jet fighters in place in Alaska. So we'll cover it all for you. We'll continue to cover it, and we will go to it when news breaks on that front. We got a couple of other things to discuss. The Texas Democrats are coming back to their state, and they're coming back to a second special session. In other words, the Democrats have lost this battle, and the redistricting will happen. California says that they're going to go against Gavin Newsom says, California's governor, that they're going to go against California statute, and they're going to go ahead and redistrict against the will of the Independent Advisory Board in that situation. There was a SCOTUS case that went down involving Mississippi that I want to talk to you parents about. It involves social media platforms and whether or not your kids of a certain age should be on those social media platforms. We will discuss that today. We got Fry J going on. Is Ken Weaver back there in the news closet? Ken Weaver?
Yes, sir.
I got something for you.
What is that?
And if you have a second, I need you to come and get it and then take it back to the news closet because I want you to open it live on air.
All right. Stand by just a moment, Brother Murphy.
All right, very good. Ken's very busy back there, so I hate asking him to do certain things. But I'm going to show
the one-legged man in a you-know-what kicking contest.
You're gonna want this because, I mean, if you're watching on Talk TV, look at it. It says, "To the Matt Murphy Show, C.O. Ken Weaver from the barn." And I'm going to go ahead. Oh, thank you, Bill. Hey, I'm going to open this. Hold on. I'm going to get the note so I can read the note. All right, here you go. There's Ken Weaver. All right, now. You can either open it in here or you can open it in there. That's up to you.
Right here,
you can open it right there. The note says, "Love the station, love your show. I listen all day, every day. Mike in Mount Juliet." And then he said, "I put the thumb screws in so you don't have to break." So Mike from Mount Juliet has made you something, and I just think it's the best thing ever. So it is for those listening on the radio, it is a steel box, and inside the steel box, there's a little brick in there, and it's got a little hammer. And what does it say there, Ken?
It says, "In case of woodpeckers, break glass."
Watch out for them woodpeckers.
Boy, I thought I saw one.
Oh, you'll break it. Hey, you'll get on them. That's so good.
I don't think this brick would work.
Too little?
Yeah.
Yeah. You said the woodpecker head, they were pretty big, right?
Yeah, well, they're tough.
Hard-headed woodpeckers.
Thanks.
There you go. There's a present to Ken Weaver. Mike, that's Mike in MJ, 3376. He said, "I put in thumb screws so you don't have to break it to get it out." So isn't that nice of him?
Thanks, Brother Mike.
That's good of him. That is actually incredible. That is so good.
Who knew as a 10-year-old boy with a brand new BB gun, I would someday be on the radio in Nashville, Tennessee?
Being presented with that, that's a special award.
Yes, sir.
That is quite an award.
I'm going to put it up tonight.
That's nice. In case of woodpeckers, Blake. That's kind of if you know, you know.
Yes.
You got to listen every day, otherwise you miss these stories, y'all. It involves Ken Weaver and a woodpecker and a brick, and the belief that a BB gun would get the job done, and the BB gun didn't get the job done, and so you got to do what you got to do. So you got to go to the next best thing, which in Ken's case was a brick. And now he has a brick just in case woodpeckers come to get their comeuppance on Weaver. That's pretty good. That's awesome. Thank you, Mike. You're so very kind. 615-737-9986 is a First Amendment Freestyle Friday on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Obviously, monitoring Trump and Putin. That summit is underway. Those conversations ongoing. We'll continue talking about that. Take your telephone calls. Would you be willing to say no more social media to your 15-year-old child? That is a question that I will pose to the class. And that's coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Friends, I admit to you what I don't know, and I don't know a lot about health insurance because it's so complicated, and it feels like they make it that way on purpose. Don't you agree? Unfortunately, health insurance is like a mathematics examination, and most of us, we just kind of give up and say, yeah, fine, whatever. Well, you might be losing money on a monthly basis in terms of the premiums they're charging. You might be losing out when it comes to deductibles or copays. If you feel like you're not maximizing your dollar when it comes to your insurance needs, I want you to call Shane Ring and Cover Nash. Shane Ring is your local concierge when it comes to insurance. He doesn't work for an insurance company. He works for you. And right now, by the way, they've got a program that they're very excited about. It's a nationwide PPO plan that gives you the freedom to choose a doctor anywhere in the United States of America. Only a $250 deductible, flat copays after the deductible, $50 for any doctor visit, and a $50 copay for outpatient surgery. You heard me correctly. Ask Shane about this particular plan when you make the call that so many others have made to Cover Nash. Once again, local, Brentwood, Tennessee. You can meet with him or you can get him on the phone. It's Cover Nash, 615-465-0023, 465-0023, or covernash.com. All right, friends, if you're down Franklin Way over the course of this weekend, why not stop into Savory Spice, the one and only. Holly and David are owners of Savory Spice, local owners. They understand that the way to up the food game is to up the spice game. If you've already decided that you want, veggies from the farmer's market as opposed to the old grocery store, or maybe the better cut of meat for the grill this weekend, you need to up the spice game as well, and that's going to improve the flavor of your food and the overall enjoyment of whatever you might be having over the course of this weekend. So whether it's chops or burgers on the grill that you need a seasoning for, maybe it's salmon, maybe you're cooking up something delicious in the oven and you want just the right seasonings for it, something exotic, you can find it all at Savory Spice. Gift giving galore is at Savory Spice. If you've got someone in your life that loves the kitchen, you can find the right gift for them at the one and only Savory Spice. Right off the square next to Gray's Pharmacy. Go in and smell the smells. You can sample just about everything that they have in the store. You'll absolutely love it. It will be your go-to shop for all things kitchen at Savory Spice. Tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice.
President Trump and Russian President Putin will be meeting actually, face-to-face on a possible ceasefire with Ukraine. We'll tell you how that's going. Also, here in Nashville, a man is facing charges for allegedly raping an unconscious woman outside of a church. That woman later died. These stories and more coming up at 3:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
That sounds awful.
That's terrible.
Why is I-40 westbound all locked up? Well,
where at?
You know, that's a great question, Ken. That was going to be mine, too. Now,
it's locked. Yeah, right now, I mean, it's locked up in a couple of places.
Yeah, coming into the city from the airport. Yeah, I'm looking at that.
Yes. Coming into the city from, we got 40 westbound at Briley Parkway by the airport.
Yuck.
Then we got 40 westbound at 2nd Avenue.
Yeah, and 24. Hey, Ken.
Yes, sir.
I know this is going to surprise you. 24 looks awful.
Yeah, 24 is par for the course.
Yeah, looks pretty bad, too. So, yeah, a lot of red in and around the city. If you've got any questions regarding the roadways, don't ask me. Ask Ken Weaver over there in the news closet. But we'll try to keep you up to date with some of those snafus that are happening in and around the city. Take your telephone calls all afternoon long, 615-737-9986. Okay, yeah, I'll get to many of your super text. I was just trying to organize super text. What's this about Weaver and the Pecker? So, just the quick story. Little Ken Weaver, we were talking about using our BB guns and shooting birds. Do I have the story correct, Ken? And Ken Weaver shot the woodpecker, and
yes.
And he had to put the woodpecker out of his misery,
yes,
and
sir.
he did it with a brick.
Yeah, I got one of those little single-shot Daisy BB rifles.
Mm-hmm.
And I was out in my front yard, and I shot a woodpecker, and it fell.
Yeah.
But it didn't die.
So now you got to finish the job. Got to.
It was a process.
Got to.
Where I eventually had to grab a brick.
Got to do what you got to do at that point, Ken.
And I have never touched another woodpecker since, nor would I. However, this gift from Mike.
Now you're armed.
I'm putting woodpeckers on notice.
And that you better watch out. Any woodpecker intent on some form of species revenge?
Yeah.
You might want to watch out.
Let's say I'm outside. Let's say I'm outside with little fat Fritz.
My
little fat wiener dog.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm trying to get him to do his business.
I hear you.
And some woodpecker tries to, interrupt it.
Swoop in.
Yes.
No, not on your watch, buddy.
No, sir.
Not now.
I just got to figure out a way to carry this with me.
Attach it, maybe strap it to your leg.
I'll put it on my belt.
Like Laura Croft in Tomb Raider. You got that strap down on your leg, and you just whip that sucker out.
I got to be honest with you, Brother Murphy.
Yeah?
I am, I'm tempted to break this glass with this little hammer.
Just because you want to?
Just because I want to.
I know. I thought the same thing.
But I can't, man, because, this is such an awesome gift.
It happens to me. I don't know if anybody else has this sensation, but I get gas at the BJ's Wholesale Club.
Yeah.
And I think many gas stations have this same type of thing. They've got fire extinguishers at the gas pumps.
Right.
In the little boxes.
Yes.
And they've got that little plastic with the little X's on it. And then they've got and it's scored. And they've got the little hammers. And they say, in case of emergency, break glass. And I have the strongest urge to break it. I don't know why. I know that I shouldn't. I know I would get in trouble. But every time I'm standing there and I'm waiting for the gas to pump into my truck, and I'm thinking, man, I could just pop that thing right open.
You know what would push you over the edge is if somebody put a note on it and said, "Don't touch this, Murphy."
Oh, no.
Because you don't like being told what to do.
Don't taunt me.
No, sir.
Don't taunt me. The best way to get me to not do something is say, Murphy, you gotta ... And it could be something great. Murphy, you gotta try this delicious beer.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go ahead and prove you wrong. I ain't got to do much. And that's not one of the things I got to do. I still haven't seen the movie. It stars Sandra Bullock. It's a football movie about they adopt the kid. Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
I
could have told you
that
Brother
one.
Murphy.
Sandra Bullock. There she is. And Tim McGraw. Yell it. The Blind Side. Thank you, Belle. I've still not seen The Blind Side because a good friend of mine told me, Murphy, you'd love The Blind Side. You got to see it. I'm like, no, I don't. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm that way. I'm sorry for being that way, but I don't want to be that way. It's hell being me. Anyway, you know who's got it pretty good? Ken Weaver in the newsroom. He's going to deliver the news, and if any woodpeckers try to interrupt, he's got a brick. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. President Trump and Russian President Putin meeting face-to-face on a possible ceasefire with Ukraine. Heritage Foundation National Security lead analyst Stephen Bucci telling WTN's Nashville's Morning News Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is with Trump, and he's there to emphasize economic leverage on the Russian leader.
The money guy.
Yep.
And he is the one, with help from others, but predominantly the Secretary of Treasury would be responsible with defining what financial and commercial sanctions we would put on Russia, how to tie them together, how to connect sanctions against people who do business with Russia to this program as well.
Now, despite some resilience, Russia faces significant economic challenges. These include declining energy revenues, inflation, labor shortages, and difficulty sourcing essential components due to sanctions and export controls. Right now in Nashville, a man faces charges for allegedly raping an unconscious woman outside of a church. That woman later died. Channel 4's Dryden Quigley reports on reaction.
It was actually the Nashville Fire Department that was driving by around 9:30 last night when they saw the sexual assault taking place right here on these church steps. Security video that they have captured everything that led up to it. Just before this, police say video shows a woman walking unsteadily towards the church where she sits down. A man who they say is 39-year-old Mohammed sits down beside her and tries to touch her as she pushes him away. They say she is going in and out of consciousness as Mohammed picks her up, then repeatedly sexually assaults her. After the fire department stepped in, she was taken to the hospital where she died.
Mohammed being held on a $300,000 bond while investigators tried to figure out who the woman was and how she died. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. South Nashville, Metro Police reporting a crash 24 westbound at Murfreesboro Pike. Over by the airport, 40 westbound at Briley Parkway. Then on the South Loop, got a crash going westbound at 2nd Avenue. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello, friends. Matt Murphy on a First Amendment Freestyle Friday. Louis behind the glass. Behind him is Ken Weaver in News Closet B. You on the phone, 615-737-9986. By the way, Louis, did Mason tell you we're going Google Meet for Jay St. Clair at 4:05 today? Did he tell you? Google Meet. I'll let you know. Don't worry. Yeah, Google Meet. We'll get that up and running by 4:05. If you have any questions for our man, Jay St. Clair, is our legal correspondent, legal man. He's also a good Tennessee man and my best friend. You can get those questions in. He will have an answer. I promise you that. And if you were listening to Cameron Smith and I earlier in the week discussing current cases before the United States Supreme Court, Jay is going to give us his take on a case that is headed toward the United States Supreme Court involving Donald Trump and tariffs, and whether or not the Trump administration has the right to initiate some of these tariff changes that they are doing. That will eventually get to the courts, and he's relying on IEPA, which is a piece of legislation passed a number of years ago by Congress, granting the executive branch certain authorities. But that legislative passage, that law, does not include the word tariff. And so the question is then, does the president have the right to reset some of these structures? The Supreme Court is set to decide it, but we'll get the take from Jay St. Clair coming up in about 25 minutes or so. Nathan is next up on the road. Nathan, thank you for your call. How are you? Hey, Nathan, you there? Yo, Nathan. Uh-oh, we lost him. Oh, well, all right then, Nathan. I can't drop that. So, there we go. All right, call back, Nathan. I think we got a little screwed up there. That's on me. 615-737-9986. Nathan was, I believe, calling about this case involving Mississippi. The Supreme Court yesterday allowed Mississippi to enforce a state law requiring the nation's largest social media companies verify the age of their users and obtain parental consent for minors, an effort the state said is intended to protect children from online predators. No dissents. The court did not explain its reasoning, but that is often the case in emergency dockets. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, however, a member of the court's conservative wing, wrote a brief concurrence asserting that the Mississippi law is, quote, likely unconstitutional, but said that the internet companies who sued had not sufficiently demonstrated that they would be harmed by a temporary order in favor of the state. A coalition of social media platforms, including Facebook, X, Instagram, several outside groups, have urged the high court to block enforcement of the state law. I'll explain the state law momentarily, arguing that it infringed on users' First Amendment rights. Though the law at issue in the case affects only Mississippians, many other states, red and blue, have enacted similar requirements in recent years amid concerns over privacy and the safety of young people online. The Electronic Frontier Foundation, which supports social media companies in this case, said it's tracking laws in at least 10 other states requiring parental consent or age verification for online services. The group, along with several others that filed a brief in the case at the Supreme Court level, described the Mississippi law as, quote, well-intentioned but fundamentally flawed in an effort to protect minors online. Mississippi officials said the state is responding to high-profile reports of sextortion and other online crimes. In one case, a 16-year-old Mississippi boy committed suicide after an Instagram user posing as a female initiated a sexual encounter and then demanded a $1,000 payment under threat of exposing their exchanges on the internet. Mississippi told the Supreme Court in a brief, the act requires what any responsible covered platform would already do, make commercially reasonable efforts to protect minors, not perfect or cost-prohibitive efforts, but efforts of reasonable care based on the platform's resources. But NetChoice, which is a trade group representing the social media giant, said the law infringes on the First Amendment. Online platforms, including social media sites, offer safe spaces for individuals, including youth, to conduct with others who share their identities, access information, and other resources. They're couching this as an LGBTQ plus issue. I have no idea how that's the case. The law, which was enacted last year, imposes a $10,000 in penalty per violation, as well as possible criminal penalty in the case. The federal district court temporarily blocked the law's implementation. So my question to you, if we determine that things are harmful or potentially harmful to individuals of a certain age, we prevent those individuals from having access to those things. Right? Like pornography, for example. Pornographic websites in a variety of states. I think that Tennessee is this way. I'm not certain. But if I'm not mistaken, does not Tennessee require some level of age verification before you visit a pornographic website? Because it is determined that these websites can be harmful to children and that individuals under a certain age should not have access to that sort of material, just as you would not grant them access to a pornographic magazine or a pornographic video in a store, just as you would not make alcoholic beverages available to them. You would not make this type of material or these types of items available to them online. Could I not make a case? Could I not make an argument that Instagram or Facebook or the X machine, that they are as damaging to young people of a certain age or could be at least as damaging to young people of a certain age as any of those other materials that I named? Could I not make that case? And if I were to make that case, is there not a responsibility on the part of these individuals online? I'm not saying that I think this way. I'm opening up the conversation for debate. 615-73. Well, actually, y'all tell me. I just need to make sure. I don't want to advertise the telephone number if we've got an issue going on in there. Do we have an issue going on in there? Is that what I'm doing? Is that what I'm seeing in here? Okay. I was just checking. Okay. I don't want to stress anybody out in there. 615-737-9986. I think if you were trying and just got a busy signal, we've got it cleared up now. So the idea here is that parents would have to take some level of affirmative control as to whether or not their underage children had access to social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, or X. Frankly, I'm beginning to believe that on the whole that the internet in general is more of a net negative than it is a net positive, from a psychological standpoint at least. Now, right now, in world society, I mean, if I held up my phone to you, and you can see little Ms. Beasley on the front of my phone, there she is. If I hold up my phone to you folks on Super Talk TV, I would suggest to you that in this phone, if I have a Starlink uplink, or if I have Wi-Fi, if I have internet connection, that I have more information. You know, I heard it said, and I think it was Elon Musk that said this first, and it struck me, that I have more information at my fingertips in 2025 than the first 42 presidents of the United States of America ever had at their fingertips in their lifetimes. Because we have data available to us at a moment's notice. And now with the advent of artificial intelligence, I mean, you can literally get answers to questions instantaneously. But with that great power comes a certain level of responsibility on social media platforms, particularly, especially when it comes to young people. Young people's brains are being dramatically affected at a rapid rate over how they consume data and information. Now, call it what you will. I mean, I suppose some could call it evolution. That's just the natural way of things. I mean, others might call it de-evolution, that we're devolving in the manner in which we think. In the meantime, you know, kids can access Instagram and Facebook and any other number of social media platforms at a second's notice, but they don't seem to be able to do a mathematics problem, and why should they have to? They also have a calculator on their phone. 48 after the hour. Let's talk with Nathan on this subject. Nathan, thank you for your call. How are you, sir?
I am doing fine, sir. I don't know whose fat fingers hit the drop button, but I'm glad I was able to get back.
You know what? It was probably me. It was probably me.
It's
Nathan.
all right.
Yeah, thank you for
It's
calling.
all right.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you taking it. And, just thinking back real quick on Beaver and the woodpecker, that was a defining moment in a young 10-year-old boy's life that, he knew that he was not going to like Pecker the rest of his life. So I think he really made a yeah.
No, Nathan, I think that's very funny. I don't know that I should encourage this sort of behavior, so I'm just going to sit quietly. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I couldn't help it.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've seen a lot of the really negative effects from social media. I work in the school system. I did play hooky today to go play a golf tournament, but we have a problem, and it's a combination of things. But most of all, it's a combination of parents not putting restrictions around these things. They're not monitoring them. We're putting, this technology into kids' hands that their brains really can't, comprehend what they're seeing, especially with pornography. But in relation to social media, all the likes, the loves, the hearts, and you're trying to get social acceptance from people you don't even know, it really does alter the brain physiologically to a point that it is a drug. They have to have those likes. And when, we have 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds that are dying literally to have people follow them on social media and to like the posts that they have, or maybe compare themselves to these influencers that are online, we're setting them up for realistic expectations, not only in life, but it really does alter their brains to where that's nothing that they want. It truly is a drug for them. Their brains are hardwired then in that effect that they have to have it. And it does the same thing to adults. How many times have you been to a restaurant and you've seen, nobody talking? They're on their phones. They're looking at social media, and it's really hardwiring our brains in a different way as a society. And it's up to adults to set up and put those guidelines around that for those kids in connection or in community with, I believe, all these social media platforms. However, it's multifaceted, and there's no real good answer. But I'm seeing it destroy kids' lives, especially, and it would blow your mind, the age of younger girls that are addicted to pornography. And I'm talking at the grade school level.
Yeah, so, there's a lot.
Crazy.
You've said a lot in this call. There's a lot to unpack. I think you are correct. For a long time, I, was the grumpy old man, not really understanding when parents, because I don't have any kids myself, and so when parents would tell me how aggressive online bullying had become, for example, and I would say, well, just get offline. That's the easy. Well, but it's not that simple anymore, because kids feel a societal and a social pull that they are not a part of the social group if they are not online. And then when they are targeted, that targeting is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can get overwhelming to them. So, you imagine a child's emotional state when they're at a birthday party or whatever. And you just compound that to the social media platform, and it's difficult for older people to imagine that didn't have to grow up with that type of online pressure that exists.
Yeah. Well, we would just show up and have the fight, and it's over, and then we're shaking hands when we're done. But, I can't imagine growing up at this age and going to a school that has 1,000 students, that now all of 999 students are focused in on you and something that's going around about you at school. And to me, that's just, it's hard to tell a kid that don't pay attention to it when you have that much pressure. And I'm guilty as a parent. I put those phones in my kids' hands, and I wish I never would have. They're 21 and 19 now. Social media and other things really, I want to say destroyed my kids' lives, but it really did affect them in certain parts. And I'm as guilty as the next person of you just saying, hey, here's the phone, congratulations, happy birthday, Merry Christmas. I'm glad I was able to provide that for you. And that was me as a parent making that mistake there, that I should have put more
no, and I don't know
around that.
And I don't know that parents, I don't know that we fully understood how social media would start taking over every aspect of our society. And it's not just children. I want to get to, Nathan, great call. I want to get to more of this coming up in just a moment. We've got to take a short time out. It's 54 after the hour. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, friends, Matt Murphy here for Dickens Turf and Landscape Supply. We say go where the pros go. Go where the pros go. Dickens Turf and Landscape Supply is your local source for fertilizer, weed control, insecticide, lawn equipment, and everything that you need in the summer leading into the fall. August is a great time to clean up weeds in your lawn and get ready for fall overseeding. That's right, fall overseeding will be here before you know it. They simply beat the box store on price. They beat the box store on product, and they certainly beat the box store on knowledge. It is why the seasoned pros head over to Dickens Turf and Landscape Supply. If you're a homeowner seeking advice, they're your local one-stop shop for all things parts, product, and supplies and information. Go where the pros go. 7 convenient locations: Nashville, Bellevue, Murfreesboro, Brentwood, Mower, Hendersonville, Mount Juliet, and Franklin. It's Dickens Turf and Landscape Supply online, DickensSupply.com. That's DickensSupply.com.
Trump-Putin summit and more coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN running a little bit tardy, but what else is new? It's the Matt Murphy radio show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We're all excited about Trump and Putin and Trump. What's going to happen? We're watching, and we're going to cover it for you live. We'll get to your telephone calls here moments from now. Jay St. Clair coming up with Fry J, but before any of those things happen, it's time for the news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Four o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin meeting in Alaska along with advisors for talks to end the war in Ukraine. Here's Christiane Cordero.
How fascinating to see President Trump welcoming Vladimir Putin, the two men smiling, shaking hands, walking side by side down that red carpet and sitting in the room, you know, that Putin and the Russian delegation sitting essentially across side by side with President Trump and a few members of the U.S. delegation, including the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. And on the backdrop of that, a banner that says "Pursuing Peace."
Heritage Foundation lead national security analyst Stephen Bucci telling WTN's Nashville's Morning News Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is a key part of this talk. He will emphasize economic leverage on Putin.
He's a key player in all that. Obviously, Secretary Rubio, he's the more traditional diplomatic stuff. It's hard to come up with more diplomatic sanctions because we've got a lot of them on there. The financial ones, we've got some, but there is still a lot of room to put a big squeeze on.
The BBC says since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, the U.S., U.K., and EU, along with countries including Australia, Canada, and Japan, have imposed more than 16,500 sanctions on Russia. Right now in Nashville, Channel 4 is getting reaction from people who work near a church on Nolensville Pike, where an unconscious woman was raped last night and then later died.
Sad for her, obviously, and then just a little concerned for, what might be going on in the neighborhood after hours.
Yeah, police arrested 39-year-old Muhammad, being held on a $300,000 bond. Authorities working to identify the woman and her cause of death. Also in Nashville, the all-clear given to District Attorney General Glenn Funk, cleared of any criminal or wrongdoing otherwise by the Tennessee Board of Professional Responsibility after a 9-month investigation into a 2024 complaint. This report alleged improper use of video cameras in Funk's office, specifically the recording of criminal defense attorneys and their clients campaigning by staff during work hours using government resources. Again, the Tennessee Board of Professional Responsibility says the, quote, complaint was without merit. And it's a chance to get a flu vaccine without a needle. A nasal spray now available for home use. Flu Mist available for people in 34 states. And ages 2 to 49 can use it. Here's ABC News Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Tara Narula.
It is essentially a nasal spray, so one spray in each nostril. And the idea is that this may be more convenient for people, obviously offers flexibility. And for those people who may be needle phobic, 1 in 4 adults are, 2 out of 3 kids are. Obviously, this offers a much more palatable solution as a nasal spray. Why is this important? We know that 267 kids died in the last flu season, millions of hospitalizations, and the vaccination rate tends to be low overall for flu in this country, less than 50%.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Williamson County Highway Patrol says there's a crash 65 southbound near June Lake Boulevard. Here in Nashville, the East Bank got an injury crash. James Robertson, Rosa Parks Boulevard, 8th Avenue South, Franklin Pike, Columbia Pike, Main Street, and Interstate Drive. And in Hermitage, police reporting a crash Lebanon Pike just east of Jacksonian Drive and Juarez Drive. Tucker's Crossroads in Wilson County, Highway Patrol says there's a crash 40 westbound before Linwood Road. And in Madison, police say there's a crash 65 southbound past Old Hickory Boulevard. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, here we are. Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the Matt Murphy Show, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's 8 minutes after 4 p.m. Glad to have you with us on this First Amendment Freestyle Friday. Today's the day, you know. Monday through Thursday, I invite all comers. I love the conversation that we have on the telephone lines, but Fridays get a little wild and crazy as we open up the phone lines to any topic of your choosing, anything you want to discuss, something that we've talked about earlier in the week, maybe something that we've not brought up. As we speak, the Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin summit is underway. Everyone anticipating what's going to happen after this. It is expected that both of those individuals will come out on stage and hold a joint press conference after their closed-door meeting. When that occurs, we're going to carry it for you live on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yes, sir.
We will be there for you live.
Yes, sir.
Although I'm not entirely sure how I will be carrying that yet, but I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. I don't know if that has to come from in here or maybe in Ken Weaver's room. It'll come from somewhere, but we'll carry it for you.
We'll have it, dude.
Yeah, one way or the other, we're going to have that for you live. And in the meantime, I apologize for producing on the radio there, but do we have Jay? Well, let's hit the sounder and let's just get to it. It's time for Friday. Good morning, Americans. It's Friday. Woo, yeah.
Good morning, Americans. It's Friday.
It's not morning. I was running out of breath there, Ken. I was going to get you to bust into that woodpecker brick. Hit me on the head. All right, it's time. He's a good Tennessee man. He is my best friend, our legal correspondent. He's my gambling buddy. His name is Jay St. Clair, and he joins us. Hello, Jay. I don't think I've ever heard this portion of the song.
I like it.
I do, too. It's getting jazzy.
Maybe Jay likes it. I think Jay's digging it. That's why he's not talking to us.
I don't blame him. We're just going to let it mellow. We just to pull back the curtain, we've had Jay on the Zoom machine. We tested this earlier before the show started, believe it or not. And it worked perfectly on my laptop computer. It doesn't seem. Is it working now? Hello, Jay. All right. Hey, just as we fade that music down there, Mason. That's as jazzy and wonderful as it is. I feel like we should focus and concentrate on these other things. Hello. Okay. So modern technology is a wonderful thing. Let me tell you. Just about anywhere where you can get a cell phone service, you can call this radio show, and we can call you. Just about anywhere you can get Wi-Fi connection, you can Zoom link, but you can only do so for a certain amount of time. We used to use Zoom so that the folks over on Talk TV would be able to see Jay in his home office as he thrills us with legal advice. And we have now been just to pull back the curtain just a little bit, we've now been time limited. Do I hear him there? Do I now hear him? Hey, Jay, are you there?
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, you hear me? We hear you. Do you hear us?
Lima Charlie.
I was just describing how wonderful modern technology truly is until it's not. But we got you now, brother. And I'm glad.
Hey,
to
Ken, do you know what Lima Charlie means?
I do not, but I like
loud and clear. That's military talk.
Okay.
Lima Charlie.
Lima Charlie.
Loud and clear.
That's what I'm telling my wife whenever I get home today. Lima Charlie, honey. Lima Charlie.
I wouldn't do it, Ken. I wouldn't do it.
Oh, man. Lack of information leads to speculation, Ken.
Matt, you got to ask me how am I doing.
Well, I'm about to because we're a little screwed up in the front end, but here we go. You ready?
Yep.
Jay?
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Matt, if I were any better, I would be the pilot of that B-2 bomber that just flew over Putin's head. There is nobody on the face of the earth that is having a better day than that pilot.
That dude is.
That's right.
Don't make me drop my load, Putin.
Well, and did you see Putin look around?
Oh, yeah. No, he noticed it.
He did, boy.
And you can say, I get it. Trump is, he's a carnival barker, and I get it. There's all kinds of different opinions about him. But that is just a flex move.
Well, I mean, you got the jets there on the tarmac.
Yeah.
You've got, what was there, 4 of them, Ken?
Yeah, there's four fighter jets on the tarmac. And then here's the thing, too. Air Force One dwarfs Putin's plane.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guarantee you they thought about every bit of that.
Oh, yes.
Deciding where the location would be.
I love it. I love everything about it. Just you know what? I mean, but you're right, Jay, depending on your opinion of the man. And I know most of our audience have a favorable opinion of Trump, as I do. But, whether you have a negative or positive opinion of him, you cannot deny that the man knows how to stage a scene and knows how and just he flexes in a way that he feels like might give him a little wiggle in what he wants to accomplish.
I didn't think he could ever trump McDonald's, but then he had the trash truck. Remember, within an hour, they arranged for a garbage truck to show up with his name on the side.
And he's sitting in it.
With him sitting in it. And I thought, well, that's it. They'll never be topped. And then he flies a B-2 bomber
over Putin's head.
Yeah, and it was flanked by a couple of fighter jets.
I love it.
Oh, yeah. And, he leaned over to him and said, boy, that's a pretty nice machine right there, don't you think?
I mean,
He said, we got a bunch of those.
Oh, yeah, bunch of them. Might be one over your country right now. You never know. You never know. Yeah, back in the day, people give us grief for talking too much about NASCAR, but I got to bring it up. So, remember when Ronald Reagan went to, I think it was the Daytona 500, 1984?
Well, it was Richard Petty's last win.
Yeah, and he had barbecue after the race.
Yeah.
And people just look at there. The Republicans are reaching out to the common man. They're reaching out to the regular folks and trying to get their votes. And obviously Reagan did get the votes of the regular people in 1984, just clean the clock of Walter Mondale. But point being is that was like a big deal. Trump just does it time and time again. That McDonald's move was a master move.
He's brilliant. I mean, the PR, he's brilliant. And, even his detractors have to admit that. He's a showman, and they'll criticize him for that. Well, he's all hat and no cattle, as they would say in Texas. Well, he's got a big hat, but he's got a lot of head, too.
Yeah, he's got some cattle, too. I'll agree with that. Jay, I want you to maybe not settle an interesting conversation that happened earlier in the week, but lend your legal expertise to it. Because Cameron Smith, my good friend Cameron Smith, who's on with me on Wednesdays, and I had a discussion about the legality of tariffs in the Trump era and the legality of Donald Trump negotiating some of these tariffs. And Cameron brought up the lawsuits that are currently working their way toward the courts, and there's been some slight disagreement amongst the courts. Well, let me ask it this way. This conversation and these lawsuits involving a law passed by Congress years ago called IEPA,
Right.
and then and whether or not that grants Trump the ability to declare emergency authority to make some adjustments on tariffs.
Right.
And several affected plaintiffs have said, no, he doesn't have that authority to do that. And he's affecting our business, and we don't like it.
Right.
And, of course, the Trump administration says, well, of course he does. It's the executive branch, and he has the ability to negotiate with these countries. And here, IEPA gives him that ability. First question for you, Jay. Do you think that this will eventually get to the Supreme Court? Do you think the court will take it up?
I do. I do, Matt. But let me say this, just in your preface there. You're conflating a couple of things.
Okay.
One is negotiated agreements.
Okay.
I believe the law will view those very differently from unilaterally imposed tariffs. But what the law at issue a bit is about unilaterally imposing tariff. I don't think anybody is saying that he doesn't have the agreement, doesn't have the power to reach an agreement, as he has done with the UK and a lot of other countries.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think those are at risk at all. It's just the ones where there has not been agreement reached and he is unilaterally imposing tariffs.
Right.
And as to that one, that's a fair fight, man. And I can get into why, but that's a fair fight. That could turn out either way. And if you want me to, I'll go ahead and get into it.
No, I want to hear it. I want to hear you.
All right, well, let me give it to you for 50,000 feet.
Okay.
And here's where it starts. You know, I always love to start up there. Let's start with the Constitution. The Constitution gives Congress the sole power to levy duties and excises.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of their Article 1, Section 8 rights. They sort of like, you know, they have the legislative power. By Constitution, the president does not have that right in the Constitution, man. That is a right of the legislature. They did pass this law back in the 70s, and it's got some very vague language. And Trump's people are interpreting that as Congress's delegation of that power to the president. And we've talked a lot about how over the years Congress has delegated a lot of power to the executive.
Mm-hmm.
And they're interpreting the statute to delegate to the president the exclusive power to levy tariffs. And tariffs are a subset of duties.
Mm-hmm.
Just think of those as the same word. The constitutional word's duty, but that includes tariffs. And, you know, their interpretation of the statute is a stretch, but they may win that argument, frankly. But then here's the question, and this is one that, you know, I've been talking about for years. Can Congress constitutionally delegate its powers to the president?
Can it just hand them over? Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's say this. What if they passed a law? Let's say Congress passed a law and said that we hereby delegate to the president the full exclusive authority to write all legislation in the country. We hereby delegate all of our constitutional power to the president.
Yeah, there'd be some people that would question whether or not they could actually do that.
Well, I would question that.
Yeah.
I absolutely question.
Yeah.
I do not think they can do that.
No, because the Constitution prohibits them from doing it.
Yeah, well, because that defeats the whole idea of separation of powers. And so if they can't give all of it, I think most reasonable people would agree they can't do that. They can't give all of it. Well, where's the line? And that's what this case involves. And, you know, my perfect example is OSHA, because that's in my wheelhouse.
I love it. And it's a great one.
The law says just this, Ken. Congress passes a law, and here's what it says. Every employer must have a safe place to work. End of law. No, every employer must have a safe place to work. We delegate to the executive branch, the Department of Labor, to issue regulations explaining what a safe place to work is.
That's the law.
And that's the way it works. And so the law is 2 sentences, and the regulations are 5,000 pages.
all cooked up by the
executive branch.
branch.
That's right. They delegated to the, and you can find dozens of examples like that. The EPA is that way. A lot of laws are that way. That's why all these executive departments exist. And so here, in one way, it's just, well, this is just another example of Congress saying, you know what, we're too busy or we're not smart enough to figure out how tariffs are going to work. So we're just delegating to the president the authority to do that. And, if we don't like what he does, we can always pass laws to change that. Well, that's going to be a fair fight. It'll be, yes, I believe this will get to the Supreme Court and it will not be a unanimous decision. And it may not be a 6-3 decision.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's funny, and you're so smart because I would have bet, as you like to say, pigs to polecats, that everything hinged on what is unusual or extraordinary, and it seems like you don't necessarily feel like that.
I don't think that's subject to judicial review. I mean, the law says that, in an emergency situation, the president can do the following things. I don't think the court can come in and say, if the president says there's an emergency, I don't think the court's going to come in and say, well, you're wrong.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
I don't think this is going to be about whether there's an emergency or not. I think it's going to be a little bit of the language of the statute. Does it really cover tariffs? But the real hard issue in this case is, can Congress delegate the constitutional power to set tariffs? They have, the president doesn't have it. The Congress does.
Right.
Can they give that power to the president?
All right. Hold your thought there. Questions coming in for Jay St. Clair. He's on with us for the hour. We're in the midst of Friday on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's 23 minutes after the hour. Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy for Efficient Heating and Cooling. Efficient Heating and Cooling. Let's focus on that cooling this time of year, right? It's getting hot this weekend. Y'all have heard the weather forecast. With temperatures in the mid-90s and humidity through the roof, it's going to be steamy inside of that house if the AC is not working properly. What do you do if that's the case? You call Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling. That's what you do. EfficientHVAC.net online. Jeff Eddy will get over Jiffy quick. He's not going to charge you extra for overtime if it's in the evening or perhaps if it is on the weekends because he does not believe in it. You pay the same 24/7 and Efficient Heating and Cooling. If it's time, they will offer you financing on your next unit because they understand you're a baller on a budget. And if that unit goes out, that is something that needs to be fixed jiffy quick this time of year. Efficient Heating and Cooling. Jeff Eddy's going to tell you the real deal when it comes to your AC unit. A lot of places, they just default to fixing the unit by replacing it. They don't do that with Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling. So I encourage you to give him a call at 615-784-4424, 784-4424, or efficienthvac.net.
President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are in Alaska for talks on a ceasefire with Ukraine, and we're going to let you hear what that B-2 bomber flyover sounded like and caught Putin's eye. Coming up at 4:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Love that. That's on the way next. Super Talk 99.7 WTN's 28 minutes after the hour on Super Talk. We're with Jay St. Clair. We're in the midst of Friday on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think I have time enough for one quick question before we have to get to the news. Jay, this question coming in from 4366. Can an employer fire someone for saying they would go to the codes department? I work in construction, and they were trying to force me to take a demotion.
To the codes department.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Yeah.
Well, I think I do. He's talking about building codes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the simple answer to your question is yes, they can fire him.
Yes.
They can fire anybody they want to.
Mm-hmm.
Your question is that firing legally?
Yeah, I suppose so. It says working in construction, and they were trying to force me to take a demotion. So I don't know what that means all about it. So if in other way, yeah, I mean they fire you, but my common sense, Jay, and you're the legal expert here. I don't want to get in front of you, but my sense tells me, well, if you feel like you were there was some sort of retribution that was going on because you were somewhat of a whistleblower, did they have any go to a lawyer? Is that the easiest thing to do? I don't know if I still have Jay or not. I'll tell you what. I'm going to go to a break real quick, and we'll figure it out, and we'll get to Ken Weaver's newscast. I got a number of you on the line with questions for Jay. It is Friday on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are in Alaska for talks on a ceasefire with Ukraine.
A B-2 stealth bomber and fighter jets flew overhead as President Trump and Vladimir Putin walked down a long red carpet. The two leaders, smiling, then rode together in the presidential limousine known as the Beast. As he flew to this summit, the president told reporters on Air Force One,
I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today.
White House aides say this meeting will be 3-on-3, with Trump joined by his special envoy Steve Witkoff and Secretary of State Rubio, while Vladimir Putin has two of his own advisors in the room. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Right now in Nashville, we have an update to the case of a former Metro police officer accused of appearing in an OnlyFans video on duty. Sean Herman, a former Metro police officer, pleading no contest to a felony official misconduct charge for appearing in a video while on duty that involved a mock traffic stop where Herman, in uniform, was shown groping a woman who exposed herself. Herman also agreed to suspend his Tennessee Peace Officer Standards and Training certification indefinitely pending the outcome of the charges. If the charge is expunged, he could seek reinstatement of his certification. Elsewhere in Nashville, Channel 4's Tracy Cornett.
An airplane landed short of a runway yesterday at BNA, and the National Transportation and Safety Board is investigating right now. We know it was an Air Canada plane at Nashville International. Reached out to BNA for details, but the NTSB is in charge of this investigation. They told us that no one was hurt and there was no damage to that plane.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Williamson County Highway Patrol says there's a crash 65 southbound near June Lake. In Wilson County, a crash. Highway Patrol says 40 westbound before Linwood Road. And in Madison, Metro Police say there's a crash 65 southbound past Old Hickory Boulevard. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, boys and girls, do you have bugs and creepy crawlies and pests in and around your house, maybe seen and unseen? If you see one or two, I mean, I don't mean to freak you out, but if you see a roach or if you see a bug in your home, odds are there are a lot more in your home that are unseen. You need to get rid of those things. And the way to do it is U.S. Pest. U.S. Pest provides 100% satisfaction with protection, full service pest control, full service termite protection, full service crawl space service. Preventative and corrective services available for termites. Every home in Tennessee is threatened by termites. And if you've not had a termite protection plan in place in any length of time, you need to get it with U.S. Pest. Plus, they have service available for common Tennessee pests like spiders and ticks and fire ants and stink bugs and ladybugs and silverfish and roaches and so much more, just everything that comes with the summer months you can be protected from. If you do not have monthly protection, I invite you to call U.S. Pest. It is less expensive, more affordable than you think, and it provides peace of mind on a month-to-month basis. USPest.com, that's USPest.com, or call J.K. and Erica Brister and their team. U.S. Pest, they love the United States of America, and they hate bugs. 590-1260, 590-1260. All righty, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. If you've got any questions of a legal variety for our man Jay St. Clair, get him in here. 615-737-9986. You can throw them down on the phone lines. You can also throw them down on the Super Text line. 615-737-9986. You're invited to get in here on that. Jay, do we have you back?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I hear you great. You sound good to me. One follow-up before we get to some telephone calls. I think Cherie's out there and has a question for you. One follow-up, the individual that asked about his employer firing him for saying that he would go to the codes department. So he followed up by saying, is my whistleblowing not a protected action?
Yeah, the answer to that is no, unless it was specifically about safety, about workplace safety, man.
Mm-hmm.
There is no law in Tennessee that gives whistleblower protection for people who report violations of the building codes.
Mm-hmm.
That law does not exist.
Okay.
But there is the federal OSHA law does provide whistleblower protection if somebody reports a safety hazard in the workplace. So we don't know specifically what he was complaining about, but if he is saying that there's some danger in the way this is being built that creates hazards to employees, then yes, that's protected. But if he's just saying they're not following the code, that is not protected.
That's well spoken. Cherie is next up with Jay St. Clair. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Am I, Cherie?
Yes, sir.
Well, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Well,
and
good.
Thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
Man, I can't hear her.
Uh-oh. Well, I'll tell you what, Cherie, if you ask me the question, I think, can you, Cherie, talk for a second. Let's see if Jay can hear you.
Testing 1, 2.
Nothing, Jay?
Hey, Cherie.
Oh, he's got you now.
There you are. Thank you.
What's on your mind, Cherie?
Well, when my parents passed away, they left oil royalties to me and my 4 siblings.
They left off what? What did they
Oil
leave?
royalties.
Oil royalties. Wow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
Okay.
Is your last
before
name
my
Clampett? Is your last name Clampett?
I wish it was.
Are you
But,
calling from Beverly Hills?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm right here in Tennessee.
All right. Is your middle name Ellie Mae?
No, sir, it isn't.
Okay. I'm just checking.
Well, before my parents passed, they kept complaining these companies were ripping them off. Well, my parents have been gone now. My mom passed in 2020, and my siblings and I have only received $50 checks. And when they send these checks, there's a piece of paper connected to it, and it shows that they're pumping hundreds of thousands of gallons of oil out of these 30 wells. And for some reason, we're only getting $50 checks.
Right.
So I tried calling some attorneys in Kentucky, and they told me no one here can help you. And I said, well, can you send me to an attorney that could help me? She said, no one in this state's going to help you. Wow. So I tried calling an attorney here in Tennessee, and he asked for the name of the company, and I gave it to him. And he says, I wouldn't mess with that if I were you. And
wow.
That's all. So I need a starting point. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to prove that they're not paying properly.
Right. Yep. Well, and they may be, because see, here's the deal. Your parents may only have owned 1/10 of 1% of that oil well. I'm sure they did not own the whole oil well. You know, they sell that off in pieces. But you don't know what percentage of that oil well they own.
Well, I kind of do, because the oil well belonged to my great aunt, and he was the only one on there.
I don't know what that means. You're saying that your great aunt owned the whole oil well.
Yes.
Well,
and my dad was the only one that it was left to. And there were 30 of them, not just one, 30 of them.
30.
And that property is still in my.
Here's where I would start. You're having a hard time getting lawyers, and so if this were a cut and dried case, you'd have a lawyer by now. If you turn on daytime TV, there's a lawyer behind every stoplight out there. So I would try to get in touch with the company. Do you have some information, phone number or address or something like that?
Yeah, I even tried calling them.
And you haven't been able to talk to anybody?
I talked to one guy over there, and basically we weren't getting any checks until I talked to him. And as soon as I talked to him, we each got a $50 check.
Well, I would start there. And then, if you can't get any satisfaction, here's what I would do. I would get in touch with the Tennessee Bar Association. And because they have lawyers that will take on cases actually pro bono for no fee. If you're having trouble getting a private attorney to get you, I would first try to get with the company some more. If you can't get any satisfaction with them, call the Tennessee Bar Association. Do you live in Tennessee?
I do, in Hartsville.
Are there wells in Kentucky? Is that why you mentioned Kentucky?
Yes, they're in Kentucky.
Okay.
All 30 of them, and they're still on my family's property.
Well, so I call the Tennessee Bar Association, tell them you want a lawyer, tell them what you want the lawyer for, and then see if that works. If you don't go satisfied from that, find me on the internet. It's J-A-Y, St. Clair, S-T period, C-L-A-I-R. Send me an email or call me, and I will find you a lawyer.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Now, y'all come back now. You hear?
I surely will.
That's pretty good. Thank you, Cherie.
Love y'all.
Love you too. Tell us how it goes. Thank you so much. That's good, Jay. That's a nice point.
Dang, I thought we were going to meet Ellie Mae.
I tell you what, but listen, Jay, if you set her on the right track and get her, back right again, we might be able to swim in the cement pond. You know what I mean?
I know.
Maybe go hunting some of them golfs. One of these days.
No, we're going to shoot.
I was going to shoot some golfs. That's right. We're not going to hunt them. We're going to shoot some golfs. You stomp on them, and what do you do? What do you do with those golfs, Jay?
Now, first you club them.
Uh-huh.
And then first you shoot them, and then you club them, and then you stomp on them with spikes. And then look out for the traps. Traps too? Ooh, I can't wait to tangle with one of them golfs.
That's awesome. Jay, a lot of people don't know. We're setting up. We got a couple of other callers for you, but I got to ask you a quick question. I don't want to get away from this before I ask you. Most people might not know this. Longtime listeners will, that you ran races. You ran legit races out at BIR, Birmingham International Raceway, for a while back in the 90s.
Absolutely.
And you still get your track car out now and again.
Right.
When you won a race, did you get up on the side of the window there and stand on top of the car and dance around?
I have videos, I think, of just about every race that I won, and I made you sit down and watch probably pretty much all those.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You never saw me get up on the top of my race car.
I sure didn't. I don't recall it.
My balance issues are well known to you, man. Well, I had that problem in 1992. I would not have thought to do what Connor Zillage did. And until this B2 thing flew over, when you asked me how I was doing, I was saying, if I was any better, I'm Connor Zillage. He is lucky.
Boy, if y'all haven't seen that video, this young man, bright young star in the NASCAR circuit.
He's going to be awesome.
And boy, when I saw that video, when it first popped on social media, I wasn't watching it when it happened, but I thought, man,
that's a bad head injury.
Yeah, but
no, he was really lucky.
Turned out just to be a collarbone. That is a lucky thing. But yeah, you got to. I don't. I can't imagine how I get a little itchy myself. I don't feel like I have quite the balance issues, but as you get older, you're like, man, you're gonna fall. You break a hip.
It's dangerous.
And remember, you sent me the Carl Edwards. Carl Edwards used to do backflips.
Yeah. Well, he won't do them when he was 67 years old.
That's true.
I guarantee you that.
Roland is next up with Jay St. Clair. What's up, Roland?
My name is Roland Mumford. I just wanted to be very courteous and make a correction. He was talking about the whistleblower statute, that under the Tennessee Public Protection Act, any government or private employee is protected from retaliation if they report illegal activity or oppose to participate in illegal activity. And illegal activity can be pretty much state law, it can be regulation, public policy, but it's certainly intended on any issue of regulation intended to protect the public health, safety, or welfare. But anyways, it's Tennessee Public Protection Act, and I just wanted to throw that out there. It's TCA 50-1-304.
Roland, thank you so much. I was not aware of that law. I've often said many times that I'm often wrong, but never in doubt. And so I really appreciate you calling in and correcting me.
Absolutely, sir. Appreciate what you're doing.
Well, thank you, Roland.
Thank you, Roland.
And thank you for calling in, Roland. We do appreciate that. Well, that might be good news for our super texter out there. That
hope he's still listening.
I hope he's still listening as well. 615-737-9986. Jay, I'm looking at a stage that I think Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are about to come out on. And so I don't want to have to interrupt any other questions for you, but I appreciate you. You know how much. And I thank you for your time and your acumen on the matters of the law, my friend.
Thank you, my friend.
All right, take care. There's Jay St. Clair. We'll be back in a moment with Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump on the stage. We hope. It's 48 after the hour on Super Talk. USS stands for United Structural Services, and they are great at what they do. Let's talk about USS, right? Because you buy your house and you expect that foundation is going to be rock solid, right? You expect that you won't have any issues in that basement or crawl space. What happens when one comes up? Who do you call? Well, I'll tell you who to call. USS. United Structural Systems. They are problem solvers who provide peace of mind to their customers, the homeowner. You're getting someone who nobody's worried about meeting a sales quota. Nobody's worried about, selling the next big thing. They are worried about solving the issue that is in front of you. And sometimes it's a small issue. Sometimes it's nothing to be worried about. And other times it's a serious issue that needs to be addressed, whether it's waterproofing or home settlement, foundation repair, concrete leveling. They get it done at USS. Homeowners simply trust USS. They have since 1994, and over 30,000 satisfied testimonials. Customers that give their thumbs up of approval for USS. 615-488-7855. 615-488-7855 or USSTN.com. That's USSTN.com.
President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are in Alaska for ceasefire talks over Ukraine. We'll get you a full report on that. And then we've got a story of a woman in a wheelchair getting hit by a car and dragged in South Nashville last night. That's coming up at 5 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thank you, Ken Weaver. Well, I got a little duped. We're all anticipating there's a stage that is set up in Anchorage, Alaska. And a lot of the media circles that I'm monitoring here in our studio at home base in Nashville, Tennessee, just off the butt end of Music Row, I'm looking at the monitors, and they've got the stage setups, and all the lights are set up, and the podiums are set up. And they were really focused on those podiums. And I thought that we might have activity in the coming minutes, and I didn't want to miss any of that. So we lost a minute or two of Jay, but we'll get him back next week for continued Friday, and we'll get back to your questions as well. We're expecting, we don't know how long these talks are going to go. I thought based on the media scrum and the media activity in that room and at those podiums, the expectation is that in the aftermath of the private meetings, that Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump will take to the podium, take to the stage, and their respective podiums, and they will then deliver thoughts on how the conversation went and take questions from the assembled media. Donald Trump has indicated that if it doesn't go well at all, then he might be out there by himself. And if it goes fairly well, then they might be out there together. He has indicated, and I feel like the media is setting the bar at a point that they know Donald Trump is not going to reach today so that they can claim failure over this summit. And I feel like that narrative has already been put in place. That's why you have the Hillary Clintons of the world saying, well, if Donald Trump negotiates a peace and they give back all of the territory, he deserves a Nobel Peace Prize. That's my Hillary Clinton impersonation. Thank you. I think scummy John Brennan said as much. Brennan was on hashtag Never MSNBC earlier today and said, oh, yeah, I agree with Clinton. If he can get all the land back, well, no one, I mean, a loudmouth on the radio examining this situation and studying the situation as it has existed since really long before Donald Trump was in office. I mean, what was it, 2014 during the Obama administration that Vladimir Putin took Crimea? He's not giving Crimea back. Why would he give Crimea back? He's had it for over 10 years, for goodness sake. So with that in mind, I think they're intentionally setting the bar at a place that Donald Trump has no ability to reach in order to claim failure when he does not reach that artificial bar that they themselves set. That bar being, well, Russia has to give all of the land back.
Yeah. How do they expect Vladimir Putin to go back to Moscow and tell everybody, I'm sorry that all of your kids died, but we decided, President Trump talked me into giving back all that land.
We're just giving it all back. No, of course he's not. He's not going to do it. Now, what you hope is to negotiate a place that everyone can be at least comfortable. Now, Ukraine has been relatively inflexible in this too, and they've got to figure out what they're willing to concede and what they're not. And Trump said as much. He said, I'm not here to negotiate on the part of Ukraine. I'm just here to figure out what Russia is willing to do.
He's setting the table.
Right. He's setting the table, and whether the two parties want to come and have dinner, it's up to them. But he's trying to set the table to sweeten the pot for the possibility of peace. I believe the man. Say what you will. I mean, and I understand that 25, 30% of the country, you're going to think he's evil because you've bought into this foolish, ridiculous narrative. But anyone examining at least this part of his presidency, the man wants peace. He wants the killing to stop by any means necessary, almost in any means necessary. It's time for the news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN, 5 o'clock hour coming up next on Super Talk.
5 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska for the face-to-face talks on a ceasefire with Ukraine. Stephen Portnoy on how the welcome went.
A B-2 stealth bomber and fighter jets flew overhead as President Trump and Vladimir Putin walked down a long red carpet. The two leaders, smiling, then rode together in the presidential limousine known as the Beast. White House aides say this meeting will be 3-on-3, with Trump joined by his special envoy Steve Witkoff and Secretary of State Rubio, while Vladimir Putin has two of his own advisors in the room.
Heritage Foundation lead national security analyst Steve Bucci was on WTN's Nashville's Morning News this morning. Here's what he told Dan Mandis.
President Trump is used to walking into a room, having a quick conversation, shaking a hand, looking at somebody in the eye and deciding, is this person serious about doing business or is he just, trying to feel things out? I don't have time for that. Let's go.
Former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine Bill Taylor tells ABC News Trump has the upper hand. Right now in Nashville, Channel 4's Amber Giant is covering the story of a woman in a wheelchair getting hit by a car and dragged last night.
After the crash, police say the driver fled the area, leaving the woman on the ground as others rushed to help. Medics arrived around 8 o'clock last night, blocking off the intersection of Thompson Lane and Nolensville Pike. We caught up with Derek Fitzgerald, who works nearby. He tells us the woman hangs out in the area frequently, holding a sign asking for money and help.
Yeah, I seen her before, sad. Yeah, I come through this way almost every day. Cars drive fast. It just be people be standing right here, standing right there. The cars don't want to slow down. Like that car right there, they don't slow down, they just go fast.
We just learned that woman is expected to survive, and police tell us that the driver did eventually come back here to the scene. Right now, he is being interviewed by police. So far, no charges have been filed.
As Channel 4's Amber Giant, and we have an update to the case of a former Metro Nashville police officer accused of appearing in an OnlyFans video on duty. Sean Herman pleaded no contest to a felony official misconduct charge for appearing in a video while on duty that involved a mock traffic stop where Herman, in uniform, was shown groping a woman who exposed herself. Herman also agreed to suspend his Tennessee Peace Officer Standards and Training certification indefinitely pending the outcome of these charges. If the charge is expunged, he could seek reinstatement of his certification. And it's a chance to get a flu vaccine without a needle. A nasal spray now available for home use if you want one. Flu Mist available for people in 34 states and ages 2 to 49. Here's ABC News Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Tara Narula.
This is the same vaccine that's been around since 2003, but previously you had to go to a doctor's office or a pharmacy to get it. Now you'll be able to go online, fill out a questionnaire, and a pharmacist will determine if this is something you can have shipped to your home. It arrives, you can use it right away or put it in the fridge and store it till you're ready to use it.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, we got something here on 840 eastbound at Almaville Road in Williamson County. That is a crash there at exit 47. Then in Wilson County, Tucker's Crossroads, Highway Patrol reporting a crash 40 westbound before Linwood Road. And then in Williamson County, June Lake, Highway Patrol reporting a crash 65 southbound near June Lake Boulevard, exit 55. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 7 minutes after 5 o'clock. I believe for many of you, we have officially reached the weekend, and I say happy weekend to each and every one of you. We've got a couple of additional hours on radio before I'll call it a Saturday and a Sunday, and we will work hard to entertain, to educate, to inform, and to, generally speaking, get you through the drive time traffic and get you on your way. If you're in your automobile, in your home, or still in your place of business, we say thank you for listening to the Matt Murphy Show. You're invited to give us a call, 615-737-9986, 615-737-9986. If you'd like to call, if you'd like to talk, it is First Amendment Freestyle Friday. Now, I always like to do this on these Fridays. I sometimes forget, but I want to thank you, Weekend Warriors. Man, oh, man, those of you that make our weekend special, those of us that work the Monday through Friday gig, and we get the Saturday and Sunday of rest and relaxation for our family, friends, religious practices, and whatnot, we owe it to you. You weekend warriors, you're out there, your firefighters, your EMTs, your doctors, your nurses, all of you folks, we appreciate you so much and everything that you do. I have no idea what's going on with the phones. Are they messing with you in there, Louie? They messing with you? That's all right. Those kids can, that's fine. They're freaking me out in there. I'm worried about you.
They're messing with me today.
Oh, they screwing with you? Well, you know, kids get those numbers, and there they go. But one way or the other, call early, call often. And don't make Louie mad. He'll come at you. He'll come at you, bro.
Well, I mean, do we need to take off our belts?
I mean, we'll spank them if they need it. If they need a spanking, I'll take them. I'll get them on the radio, and we'll have a great conversation with them.
I mean, this is Gen X here.
That's what it is. That's what it is. You know what they're doing, Ken? They're saying, excuse me, sir, is your refrigerator running? Well, you better go catch it. Ha-ha. Sir, do you have Prince Albert in a can?
Well, they need to know we're not going to put them in timeout.
Whooping.
Yes, sir.
Whooping. My grandpa put the fear of God in me. Hey, by the way, speaking of calls and speaking of communication, I just heard from 3376.
Yes, sir.
And he said, I was thrilled to witness the opening of the gift. I was just standing up from my desk when I heard you calling Ken. I'm glad y'all liked it. That is our friend Mike from Mount Juliet.
Thank you, Mike.
Who gave you your woodpecker brick.
Yes.
And in order to break in case of emergency. In case of a woodpecker emergency, Ken Weaver is now you can handle it with the brick in glass. That's pretty awesome.
Well, I wish I wouldn't have lost my little single pump Daisy BB gun. I could have put this up right by my BB
nice.
Gun rack.
You know, the one that I miss, Ken, I mean, I had one of those Daisies, and I couldn't wait to get rid of it. It was so bent. I mean, the darn thing.
Oh, was it bent?
Oh, goodness. I mean, yeah. I figured it out. You had to shoot about 1.5 feet to the right if you wanted to hit anything. Awful.
Well, it's like, and you could see the BB, like, after about maybe 20 yards.
You could see it.
It starts
pew,
going down.
Pew, pew. But my grandpa bought me he already had this. He gave it to me, and I don't know how my brother got a hold of it, but it was a bolt-action 410 shotgun. A little 410, and I loved that thing. And it was the first gun that I learned, the first real gun that I learned to shoot on. And then I kind of graduated to a .22 rifle. And before you know it, my grandpa had me a Remington 12-gauge pump that I still have. But my brother, for some reason, decided to sell that 410 bolt action. And I miss that thing. I give him hell every time I see him.
Yeah.
Miss it to this day. Man, oh, man, you can't get those things back.
Man, I don't you wish you could go back in time and just tell yourself, hold on to this.
Yeah. You might want to keep this around.
Keep this.
The 410 was the big one. And, you know, one of these days, if I finally make it, Ken, and have a couple of bucks extra in my wallet.
Yeah.
My grandfather bought secondhand a 1954 he called it a Willys. I know it's also called Willis Jeep. It was a Korean War Jeep, Korean War era Jeep that he bought secondhand off a guy. The guy that he bought it from got it out of the crate. It had its amphibious snorkel and all that for the exhaust and everything.
Nice.
When he first got it. And that was my childhood, man. I mean, that was my childhood with my grandpa. That was our hunting vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
And anytime we'd go hunting, we went in the Jeep for the most part. And eventually, you know, I move away. I go off to college. Pa still has the Jeep. He doesn't really run it that much anymore. I mean, the darn thing would only go about 60 miles an hour, and that is in high gear going downhill. I mean, it was not built for speed, but, boy, you couldn't get it stuck.
No, you can't get stuck in that, and you could climb anything.
Anything. I'll never forget. We were climbing. I think I've told the story before. We were climbing. It was me and my grandpa and my older brother, and it had a big old winch on the front.
Yeah.
And we were climbing. We're in the middle of this field, and it's just this big hilly field that they had been doing some excavating in, and we were just kind of seeing what the Jeep would do, you know.
Yeah.
And we got up on this top of the hill, and Pa barely crested this hill. He was easing it up there because he didn't want us to flop over too quick.
Right.
And it had a belly pan. It had a brush pan on it to keep anything from puncturing the oil pan.
Right.
And we rested right on top of that hill, and there were no wheels touching the ground. And Pa was like, well, darn, we're in a little spot. And my brother said, well, Pa, we got the winch, and we're in the middle of a field.
Yeah.
And my grandpa said, well, okay, Brian, why don't you go out there and you hook that winch to something, and we'll just pull ourselves right off of it.
You go hold the winch.
You go hold the... You know what he did do, though? He got us out back, and we had to rock the Jeep. And we rocked it to the point that those front wheels hit ground. And take off.
Boom, it's gone.
But I remember being in the middle of a stream with just water up to your nipples.
Yeah.
Sitting in that Jeep, man. Oh, such good times.
I worked for a fella back in the early 90s, and I fell on bad times, didn't have a car. He gave me his World War II Jeep.
Wow.
This thing didn't have a roll bar. I mean, you just hop up in it, start it, and I don't even think it had gears. It had gears, but it was just the torque. I drove that thing to and from work through Oklahoma City for about a month before I was able to finally get my
love it
up and running. And I mean, man, I was pissing everybody off.
If I'm remembering this Willis correctly, it was a 3-speed with a high-low. and then you had the 4-wheel drive. So you had you go 2-wheel high, you go 4-wheel high, 4-wheel low. And the high-low, I mean, so the high-low was like 4th gear, right?
Yeah.
When you put in high gear in 3rd. But, yeah, I mean, you're lucky. If you're on flat road, you're not going over 55 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You're lucky to get to 60 going downhill. And when we first got it, the windshield wipers were air compression. They were air compression-based wind. So they used the air compression from the engine to run the windshield wipers.
Yeah.
And if you weren't getting enough air, your wipers weren't working. So Pa eventually replaced those with electric windshield wipers. But there were those little just when the thing was first made, they were just manual. You would just do them.
I can't remember if this even had a windshield, but I remember one night, my phone room wanted to go party. We all hopped into that Jeep and drove into Oklahoma City.
Oh, man. So I'm in my mid-20s. I think I'm, full of you-know-what and vinegar and think I know everything.
Yeah.
My grandpa calls me and says, listen, if you want this Jeep, you need to tell me because otherwise I'm going to sell it. I got somebody who wants to buy it.
Yeah.
And I told him to sell it. And he sold it for like $1,200. And I regret it every day of my life, Ken. I shouldn't have told him to do it.
I'm telling you, my dad got me a 65 Chevelle, had a 283 in it. No air conditioning, just heat. No, it wasn't cool enough for me.
No, that's right. Man, it'd be cool enough now, boy.
There are so many things I kicked myself over from back in the day, man. Why in the world did I not want that car?
Keep those comic books, kids. I remember the nerd kids from high school and grade school that had comic books. Oh, look, I got a Spider-Man #3 or whatever the hell. I'm like, you're a nerd. You know that? Yeah, I'm not laughing anymore. Yeah, no, that's right. Oh, no. Nostalgia is a form of depression. Y'all remember that.
Well, that's it, Brother Murphy. I'm not going to get rid of my 2013 Honda Elantra.
You don't have any AC in that, do you?
Nope, but I love it. Never getting rid of it.
I'm sorry. When you said that you only had heat in the Chevelle, I thought, well, you've only got heat in the Elantra right now, right?
Dude, I'm well versed in driving cars without air conditioning.
My grandpa used to say that his GMC pickup truck, it had a 260 air conditioner. You roll down two windows and you drive 60 miles an hour, and that's your air conditioner.
That's me.
And that's all you needed back in the day.
Yes, sir.
We're too comfortable nowadays. We are.
We are, man.
I was talking to somebody the other day about if you think, I have a monologue that I do on occasion called The Thin Veneer of Civilized Society. We like to believe, and probably less so now after especially the pandemic and what that taught us about how much our government's willing to lie to us and really how people react to disruption like that.
Mm-hmm.
But friends, we like to believe that we have a bedrock of civilized society, that there's just a bedrock underneath us.
Yeah.
That law and order reigns supreme. If you think we live in a bedrock of civilized society, turn the lights out for 2 weeks.
Yeah. We're hanging by a thread, Brother Murphy.
By a thread. Turn the lights out and then have somebody official say, hey, y'all, I know the lights are out, but we don't know when they're coming back on.
Yeah.
We don't know when they're coming back on. Do you know what would happen in major American cities if the electricity went off for 2 weeks?
Chaos.
I don't even like to think about it.
Chaos, brother. And here's the thing. Anybody who thinks they're safe with a generator, you better have some firearms when you're running that generator at night if that comes down.
Amen. Because guess who's coming to your house?
Everybody who wants it.
Everybody is coming to your house. They want your stuff. Sally has written in and says, I've lost so much respect for you, Matthew. You turned down a free Willis Jeep. Shame on you. See, I know.
They're just making it worse.
I know. Y'all. And now I go online and I'm looking for a 53 or 54, 55, somewhere in that neighborhood, just around that zone. And I'm willing to fix it up. I'm not looking for anything fancy, but I can't, it can't be roached or ratted out. Now, I understand how to work on engines of that era because my grandpa taught me how to do so. I mean, I can work on a standard internal combustion engine with a carburetor on it, but good Lord, Ken, even the roached out, they're $12,000, $14,000, $16,000.
Yeah.
$1,000.
Yeah.
And yes, Lee, I apologize. It's called a vacuum system that's on those windshield wipers. I said it wrong, I think.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of people reminiscing about back in the day. 8726 said, my granddad's car had a 455 air conditioner on it.
It had a governor on it.
Yeah, that's standard. That's similar to a 260. you're going to get a similar because you got the 455 instead of the 255.
Yeah.
The 260, you're going to get a similar level of blowing power. Do you remember when the pickup trucks had those little triangular windows that we called them the ash windows?
Yeah, you push.
You flip your cigarette out in there?
Yeah, you could actually control the flow of air
into the body of the vehicle.
Right.
That way. And we just sound like two old men.
We do.
Sitting on the front porch.
Get off my lawn.
Get off my front porch. It's Friday.
Where's
anyway.
my back pills?
Everybody's waiting. Speaking of two old men, everybody's waiting for Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin to stand up on stage and let us know how things are going. We have no idea when this is going to happen. Kind of suspending deep-level conversation because I'm anticipating that they'll get back out on stage. Now, I'm looking at the stage, and there's two proxies standing there behind the podiums getting the lighting all correct.
Yeah.
So one would assume that means something in the near future. We don't know.
Maybe,
maybe not. You know, I guess it's a good thing that these things are going on for the length of time that they are. I mean, Trump kind of telegraphed that. He said, look, if I look into his eyes and I see that there's no possibility of a deal, I'll get up and leave.
Well, he said he'd know within 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And he will. I mean, this man's been doing stuff like this his entire life.
Yeah, so, I mean, the fact that they've been They've been after it for 2 hours, Ken?
Yeah.
Maybe
longer.
Yeah, maybe longer than that. So I guess that's perhaps a good thing. We'll get to Mike and Old Hickory and your calls as well. First Amendment Freestyle Friday continues, plus Nincompoops coming up just after the bottom of the hour news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Grace Point Healthcare is affordable, convenient, and comprehensive medicine delivered in the old-fashioned way. I'll tell you about that in just a moment. A direct pay primary care physician's practice. Why is that important? I mean, they're local. They're good doctors. They're good people at Grace Point Healthcare. The reason that they operate in a direct pay fashion is because they never want you to think, and they never want an insurance company to get in between you and their plan of action. For you, the agreed upon plan of action should not happen. Pharmaceutical industry the same way. And they want you to know exactly what your costs are up front. As a matter of fact, when you enroll in the basic Smart Care plan, you pay just $69 a month. That includes free office visits and free basic labs at Grace Point Healthcare. That's a pretty good deal. Plus, you can pay for that out of your HSA. Ask them about it when you stop by or give a call to Grace Point Healthcare. Grace Point is a military veteran-owned practice, which is awesome to me. I love the fact that they're military and veteran-owned, and patients are treated naturally whenever possible. I love that as well. 599-6868, 599-6868. Modern medicine delivered the old-fashioned way. What's going on, friends? Matt Murphy here talking about the Glock Store. Glock Store has an incredible deal for you involving C-cuts. Now, I'm going to admit something. I didn't know what C-cuts were until a couple of weeks ago. They are short for compensator cuts. These are slots cut into the barrel on the slide that redirect some of your bullet blast. And as it was described to me by the experts at the Glock store, it pushes them upward into a V pattern, which helps reduce recoil, helps reduce muzzle flip, and helps you be more accurate. It's these little bitty things that assist you when you're dealing with a Glock at the Glock store that are so wonderful to think about. The cuts are identical to the ones that were offered in the high-end Gen 3 compensated Glocks. They haven't been available in the latest models. Well, now they're available at the Glock store. They will compensate your Glock in 10 days or less. You end up with what is called a flatter shooting gun with less recoil, and you'll be more accurate as a result. Now, you don't have to believe me. Go buy and test before you buy. Try before you buy. Buy a sample bullet pack for $6.99, and you can shoot your choice of a C-Cut Glock 17, Glock 19, or 43X right there at the Glock store. Available for you. Don't forget to bring your own Glock, or at least the barrel and the slide. You're going to want it and get those 10 days rocking and rolling. Oftentimes, it's much less than 10. The Glock store, minutes away from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere. Tell them Matt Murphy sent you to the one and only Glock store.
Well, as Brother Murphy's been telling you, we are awaiting a Trump-Putin news conference. It looks like they have the podium set up, and we'll go to that live once that starts. Otherwise, I'll have a report on their face-to-face talks on a possible ceasefire with Ukraine coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Man, I love our listening audience. Y'all are so good to me.
What are they doing?
A loyal listener over on the super text line, 615-737-9986, just sent me a website called warjeeps.com.
All right.
Your headquarters for military Jeeps for sale. Problem is, I clicked on it, and every one that I'm looking at has been sold.
Oh.
Look, 1955 M38A1 Willys, sold. Is it Willys or Willis?
I don't know.
So I don't either. Everybody corrects me and tells me it's Willis. Like, what you talking about, Willis?
Oh, what you talking about, Willis?
Right. But my grandpa always said Willys. And so I'm going to say Willys.
All right.
I don't even care if it's right or not. So Pa said Willys. I'm going to go with Willys. But yeah, all kind of vehicles. Man, there's a 1952. That looks exactly like my grandpa's. His was a 54. I
don't even think those could even get flat tires. Those tires.
All rubber, baby.
Tough
tires. That thing was impossible to get stuck. I mean, it just wouldn't happen. Just would not happen. You know, you're knee deep in mud and it's still going.
It's just going.
Just going.
Yeah.
Speaking of going, it's Mike's turn. What's up, Mike?
How you doing, Matt?
I'm fair to partly cloudy, Mike. How are you?
Hang on just a second. I'm going to turn up your volume.
Oh, yeah. Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
Listen, I'm going to get into the aviation aspect of all this that's going on up in Elmendorf. Did you see what type of airplane Putin came in on?
I didn't. All I saw was that it was much, much smaller than Donald Trump's large plane.
Yeah, it was an Aleutian 96.
Yeah.
And that's a 4-engine airliner that the Russians tried to develop back in the 1990s that failed. It flew in Russia, but because it was so poorly designed and inefficient, it failed. And so that's what Putin came in on. And now I'm going to ask you another question. Do you know that Aeroflot is the national airline of Russia?
Well, I did not, Mike.
Aeroflot is the national airline of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, there is no competition in Russia. You either fly Aeroflot or you don't fly anybody. It's a socialist communist nation.
Well, right.
Did you know what the makeup of the fleet is of Aeroflot?
I don't.
I guess you probably don't.
Mm.
It's 50% Boeing, which is built there, Seattle, America.
Sure.
And 50% Airbus, which is built Europe and America. And so Putin is landing right there in Elmendorf, where his own national airline is built by American airliners and Airbus airliners.
Well, okay. Well, so you're saying that Vladimir Putin arrived in America courtesy of an American company, ultimately?
Exactly, because the airplane he arrived in, that old Aleutian 96, and get your staff to look it up, it's just old technology, and that's what Russia is, old technology.
Well, that's right. I mean, Russia, I understand that Russia's advancing on Ukraine, and Russia has certain advantages, and we're going to need to concede a few things to Russia, but it's not like Russia is the superpower.
No. Don't ever concede to Putin anything. He is the flesh evil of this planet. And so if you start conceding to him, you're going to lose.
You're going to have to give him Crimea,
Mike. He ran the KGB for 10 years.
I understand. You're going to have to give him Crimea.
Dictator for 25 years.
I'm going to get. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Mike. At your direction, I'm going to get my Cracker Jack staff on all of this. Y'all hear Mike say, "Get your staff on it." I'm going to get my Cracker Jack staff on. I think that's you, Louie. If I'm not, I think it's you today. Just be warned.
I was getting ready to say, if it's Cracker Jack, I'll be the toy in the box.
Ken Weaver's with the news, so he just does the news, boys.
Cracker Jacks.
Well, I like, man, oh, man, those little things you used to get rings, or you used to get those little tattoos. You remember those?
Like the red and white box?
Yeah.
I do remember those.
And you could rub the tattoos on you?
Yeah.
Those are nice. So we're going to get on that, Mike, and we'll be back to you. It's time for the news on Super Talk.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We've got the full forecast coming up in 5 minutes. Traffic, too. President Trump and Russian President Putin seem to be preparing for a news conference. We've got the podiums set to go. They've done all the lighting checks and the sound checks. 2 podiums up on a stage there in Alaska where the two are having face-to-face talks on a possible ceasefire with Ukraine. And once this press conference starts, we will bring it to you live right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Right now in Nashville, a man is facing charges for allegedly raping an unconscious woman outside of a church. And then that woman later died. Here's Channel 4's Dryden Quigley.
It was actually the Nashville Fire Department that was driving by around 9:30 last night when they saw the sexual assault taking place right here on these church steps. Security video that they have captured everything that led up to it. Just before this, police say video shows a woman walking unsteadily towards the church where she sits down. A man who they say is 39-year-old Mohammed sits down beside her and tries to touch her as she pushes him away. They say she is going in and out of consciousness as Mohammed picks her up, then repeatedly sexually assaults her. After the fire department stepped in, she was taken to the hospital where she died.
Now, Mohammed being held on a $300,000 bond while investigators try to figure out who that woman was and how she died. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, got the usual slowdowns around downtown, but nothing like we see during the rest of the week. We do have a crash in Wilson County. This is going to be 40 westbound before Linwood Road. And then in Almaville, we got a crash reported by police, 840 eastbound at Almaville Road. That is going to be exit 47. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hello, friends. Matt Murphy. If you own a business, if you manage a business, and you're concerned about your computers, you probably should be. you should especially be concerned about cybersecurity. I'm not here to freak you out, but I'm here to tell you what Michael at Alpha and Omega Computer Consultation has informed me about the reality of the world that we live in. 70% of cyber attacks target small to medium-sized businesses, and you don't hear about them, right? Because you're small to medium-sized business. But those cyber attacks include ransomware, and if you don't have adequate cybersecurity, you are waiting for a disaster. Friends, you need to get protected. And all it takes is a telephone call. Now, this is not just about cybersecurity, although that's a major component of what they do at Alpha and Omega. They also take complete ownership of everything computer system, everything IT. All of your IT issues, from the internet to printers to the computers themselves, you name it, they service it directly, and they can assist you in any and all of your needs. You're not going to need a help desk, but when you get, if you should ever need one, they're there for you 24/7 with reliable service, and you get help right here in Middle Tennessee, not overseas, and never AI. Go to Alpha and Omega's website at ANO.net. That's ANO.net. Or call 615-784-0096, 784-0096 for Alpha and Omega. I knew they were going to do this to me. The one time that I have a pre-scheduled event on the Matt Murphy Show, and now I don't know whether to go to it or not. I don't know whether we can do nincompoops or not. I do not want to rush nincompoops in the news.
Yeah.
And we are anticipating any moment.
Yeah, it could happen any time. I just saw an alert. This is from the New York Post that the first Trump-Putin meeting is over.
Okay.
So a nearly 3-hour meeting, and at least according to the New York Post, they say it is over. So, yeah, like you said, they could come out and start talking any minute.
So we will we'll keep it right here. We will keep it on the subject at hand. Take maybe a telephone call or two, anticipating President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. They will take to the stage. There are two podiums there, so one would assume with a 3-hour conversation they'll have much to say, but the anticipation is they'll be at the podium and they will answer questions. They will stand on a stage with a backdrop. There's an American flag. There's the flag of Russia draped on either side of the stage. There's one on one side, there's an American and a Russian flag on one side, an American and a Russian flag on the other side. There's also a backdrop that says in big, bold letters, pursuing peace, which is obviously the goal of the President of the United States of America, to achieve a level of peace between Russia and Ukraine. What would be big news? I mean, I think it would be huge news if you got the Russians to agree to a ceasefire. Most pundits do not expect that will happen today, but perhaps we will step toward the concept of a ceasefire. Another big step would be to get Vladimir Putin to agree to sit down with Volodymyr Zelensky, something that obviously has not happened as of yet. One would assume that Volodymyr Zelensky would be willing to do that if that brought us to closer to peace. Although Zelensky of late has been kind of dug in on this concept of not giving up any territory whatsoever. I understand where Mike's coming from. You don't want to give the bad guy in this situation any advantage. You certainly don't want to reward bad behavior. But you also have to be realistic about where we are in this conflict. If the goal is to achieve peace, then you stop the killing by compromising. And compromise involves give and take. And I understand you want to get back a lot of that Russia has taken from the Ukraine side, but you're probably not going to get back everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would take forcing Russia out of the parts of Ukraine that they have taken. And that means war.
Yeah, I mean, it means, we could do it. I mean, that's a great point, Ken. We could do it. The United States of America could lead that charge. If we wanted to get back all of that territory that Russia has taken, including Crimea, the simple way to do that is to go to war with Russia. And I think America could easily defeat Russia. But I don't believe that the American people have any appetite whatsoever for sending American soldiers overseas to combat Russia to get back Ukrainian territory.
Yeah.
I just don't think there's an appetite for it.
No.
And so with absent doing that, then, okay, what are you willing to do? Are you willing to sanction Russia and all of those things? And, of course, we're willing to do that sort of thing. So we're waiting on Trump and Putin to take the stage. Until then, we'll keep it right here with your telephone calls, 615-737-9986. Shane joins us next. Hey, Shane.
Hey, how you doing?
Great, Shane.
I had to call in with my Jeep story. Growing up, my dad had a 58 Willys. And I grew up in Western New York, and make extra money. He'd plow out people's driveways and parking lots. And I was about 6 or 7, and he'd take me with him. And the driver's side windshield was powered, but passenger side wasn't. It had a hand crank, so that was my job to keep the passenger side window clear.
Nice.
So he sold it when I was about 10. I cried. Fast forward, I turned 16. I was going to get a motorcycle because it was cheap on gas, cheaper than a car. And my parents weren't too keen on that idea, so they said, we're looking for a second car. If you promise not to get a bike, we'll get a Jeep. So in 1980, my dad bought a 75 CJ5, which I still have to this day.
All right.
It's been restored a couple times, and 2 years ago, I had the pleasure of going back home to New York. And I had it shipped up there, and then I drove it to my class reunion. I went to a small school. Everybody knew the Jeep, so I got pictures of my class all in the parking lot around the Jeep. It was bucket list for me.
My everyone in the small town that I grew up in, Thompson, Georgia, Thomson, no P in Thompson. Shane, thank you for the call. Knew about my grandpa and his Jeep, right? And it was a small enough town, like 10,000 people. Everybody knew everybody. And my grandfather, we rarely had icy days or snowy days, but we had a day that was icy, and my grandpa got a call one evening, talked on the phone, said he had to go, left, and was gone for a couple of hours, and then came back home. But he left in the Jeep, obviously, because of the weather conditions.
Yeah.
And he had talked to my grandmother about it, and I said, "Where'd you go, Pa?" The funeral home director, funeral home was probably 3 or 4 miles down the road from us, had to make a pickup and could not make the pickup on his own. And time was ticking. And so he asked my grandfather went in his Jeep, and they picked up a body, put the body in the back of his Jeep, and got it back to the funeral home so they could prepare the body for the funeral in the next couple of days. I'm like, that is, yeah. I mean, that's a level of service that I don't know that I'd be willing to do. That's kind of creepy.
Man, your grandpa sounds like an interesting fellow.
He was a hoot, man. He was. He's such a hoot. Love him and still do. Finest man I ever knew, Ken. Finest man I ever knew. Mike is a pretty good guy, too. Mike is in Nashville with a question. Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike.
Yep.
How's it going?
Victory.
Mike, are you calling back?
Yeah, I just want to ask you a question real quick.
Mike, you're in violation.
If we slowly give up, did Jesus Christ slowly give up before he was crucified?
Mike. Mike, what's rule number 1?
Did Jesus Christ slowly give up, compromise, before he was crucified?
Well, do you want me to say yes? I mean, he did say
he
it
didn't.
is.
He didn't.
Didn't he say, "My God, hast thou forsaken me"? Didn't he?
He did not give up. That's why he died on the cross.
Yeah, but didn't he say that?
That's what he said.
Oh, okay.
Why are you saying, "Hey, we got to compromise"?
I'm not a theologian, Mike. So I can't.
Yeah, we got to compromise.
Well, I mean, who's Jesus Christ in this scenario, Mike?
Our Savior.
No. You're comparing what's going on with Russia to our Savior dying on the cross for all of our sins. I'm confused.
I'm showing what you just brought up, that you are willing to compromise with Putin. And you're saying, hey, we got to give up.
I mean,
we got to slowly give up, compromise a little here, a little there,
right,
and everything will be fine.
Mike, okay, so what are you willing to do? What are you willing to do? No. Well, stop bringing up Jesus Christ. Let me ask you a question. Mike
versus evil.
Mike.
We have good versus evil going on.
All right, I'm agree. Mike, if you listen with your ears for just a second, I'm going to agree with you, okay?
No, what you're saying is,
Mike,
my ears, because what you want.
Listen, Mike.
You want compromise.
Mike, if you listen for a second, I'm going to agree with you. I don't mean to yell, but you don't.
Then.
Well, I said that before, and you just kept blathering. Just be quiet for a second. Let me agree with you. Okay, Mike. Let's not compromise. How many American boys are you willing to sacrifice in order to achieve victory?
How many B-2 bombers
No, Mike. No, you asked me a direct question. I answered it. I'm asking you, how many? 10, 15, 100, 1,000?
I'm trying to answer you.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to answer you. From those B-2s came right over Elmendorf and the F-22s.
So just
right over Putin's head.
Okay.
And Putin came in his rickety old Illusion 96 airliner.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Nobody flies anymore.
You mentioned that the first time that you called, and you're now in violation of rule number 1 of this radio show, call only once per day. And I'm allowing this violation to occur, and I have no idea why I'm doing it.
Because you need to learn about good and evil, Matt.
You are a violator.
When you deal with Putin, who doesn't care about his own people, why do you think they have Siberia gulags? Because he can put his own people, which he's done.
I love that gulag.
For decades. Killed his own people. Not only everybody else around him, he's an evil person, and you're saying compromise with them.
My mama used to make that gulag in the wintertime and would put in tomatoes and onions.
And what I'm saying is, if you believe in Jesus Christ, did Jesus Christ compromise and say, you know what, I'm just going to sit back and let it go? No, no. He died on the cross saying, I'm not going to compromise.
Mike,
you understand that, Matt?
I do. What are we drinking tonight?
Freedom.
Mike, it is rare that I'm bested, but I think you have bested me tonight. What are you drinking? Freedom. I'm going to get me some of that freedom at 7 o'clock, Ken. I don't know about you.
Man, I'm going to get me a 12-pack of it.
Mike, two things. One, I mean, look, there aren't many rules on this radio show. I only have really three. Number one, call only once per day. Mike was in violation of rule number one. Rule number two, don't be boring. Mike is rarely in violation of rule number two. I will say that. Rule number three, don't read to me. And that kind of goes right along with rule number two, because anytime people start reading things, that is horribly boring. And all of it routes back to, I need to keep my job because I got to pay the rent. And if you start reading to me, people tune out. And we can't have repeat callers, chronic telephone callers calling multiple times a day. I like how Mike fooled Louie, where he was Mike from Old Hickory one moment, and then he was Mike from Nashville suddenly. And I bet he changed that voice a little bit. Slipping on through there. I see how he does. Hey, watch him now. Did you make sure that Michelle wasn't Mike acting like a girl?
No, there's definitely Michelle.
Okay. All right. Well, we're anticipating. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a short break. We'll get to your calls momentarily. Any moment now, the Trump-Putin news conference is expected to begin. And as Mike says, we need to bomb him back to oblivion. Mike, I mean, that's a position.
Here comes Hegseth.
All right.
Hegseth, Bondi.
You got
Ratcliffe.
You are in front of me, Ken. Hold on a second.
Yeah, they're sitting, and Besant.
Okay, so they're coming out. They're sitting down. All right, I'll tell you what I'll do. Break time real quick, and we'll get back to it. Hopefully, we'll be able to get to this. We might have to cut into the break but let's get to it right now on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Tennessee Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center is your source for all things sleeping better and healthier. Let's talk about it. You know, it's Matt Murphy here, and I got to tell you, friends, I never thought that I could wear a CPAP machine. I really don't think I could. But I can wear a device that is provided by Dr. Brian McLaughlin and the Tennessee Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center. You don't notice it after a night or two. It's like a mouth guard, a mouthpiece in football. You put it in, you sleep better. It keeps the airway open. You breathe throughout the course of the night. And, friends, you don't snore, so it saves you with your significant other. How about that? And it simply helps you sleep better. You're more energetic in the morning. Let's make this happen in our lives. And, friends, they have two locations, Murfreesboro and Brentwood. Secondarily, they're in network with most insurance companies in the state of Tennessee, which means your insurance will help take care of this device for you. It's an FDA-approved device, and I want you to get it. Go to TennesseeSleep.com for more information. That's TennesseeSleep.com, the Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center. All right, we're going to break in here for just a moment and listen to a few moments of Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin as they are taking to the stage.
Because our countries, though separated by the
Vladimir
oceans,
Putin. This is a translator for Vladimir
neighbors.
Putin right now.
So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between the Russian island and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots that buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship that supported each other and facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration.
You're listening to WWTN, Nashville, Hendersonville, the joint press conference between Vladimir Putin and President Donald J. Trump. Vladimir Putin speaking now, sounding much more feminine than I anticipated.
For our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there is a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope that we'll succeed in that, in political sphere.
Yesterday until tomorrow.
I would like to thank President Trump
for
today? Our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that.
Whoa.
I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, business-like, and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come,
that Putin agreed with Trump,
the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound. And I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe. Thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here. And I think, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time. And we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant. but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I can see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are they not taking? It does not look as if they're going to be taking any questions. It does not look like we're taking any questions here. A lot of reporters asking for questions, and they are walking off the stage right now. And, yeah, it looks like that's going to be it. Donald Trump saying the meeting was extremely productive, that they got hung up on one major point, as he called it, but felt like they moved down the road on many different points. All right, so I'll tell you what, we've got some catching up to do. We missed the top of the hour there. I did let you know that this is WWTN Nashville, Hendersonville, and we thank you for that. I don't know where we are in the process, but I'll tell you what I'll do real quick, Louis. I'll go ahead and tell folks about Alpha and Omega. Go ahead and get that one out of the way now, and then we'll go to a break, and we can reset here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My friends at Alpha and Omega, I love talking about them because they're so good at what they do. If you have any and all computer issues in your business and you don't understand what's going on with your business when it comes to computing, you need Alpha and Omega in your life, right? They partner with businesses like yours, small, medium-sized businesses, large businesses, and they help take care of all of your computing needs so you don't have to worry about the computers anymore, because they've taken care of them. If you're a business owner, 14 successful ransomware attacks happen every day to businesses just like yours. You don't want to be the next one to be victim of a ransomware attack. So what you need is Alpha and Omega. Call now to avoid being one of those 14 at 615-784-0096, 784-0096. ANO.net is the website, ANO.net for Alpha and Omega computer consultation. 8 minutes after the hour, a little off schedule, but we'll take a break now in the aftermath of that press conference. Get your reaction to it on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, let's see where the crashes are. Brentwood got a crash blocking the left shoulder 65 northbound at Concord Road. On I-40 in Wilson County, Highway Patrol still reporting a crash 40 westbound before Linwood Road. And then in Almaville, Williamson County, police reporting a crash 840 eastbound there at Almaville Road. That'll be exit 47. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Oh, man. Man, oh, man. Everybody's freaking out. So I have, we're off schedule because of the press conference just presented on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The press conference, but I called it a press conference. It was really just a joint statement. Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, made a statement. Donald Trump, the president of the United States of America, made a statement. And then they left the stage, and they did not take questions from the assembled press. So I don't really give that a press conference designation in as much as they're not taking questions from the press. But that to say, we went to that and went into that long form, and now we've screwed everything up. Not just on, if you're listening on the radio, you're just fine. But so many of our friends who are listening on the app, if we go off schedule on the app, everything goes crazy, and I apologize for that. We're going to get back to schedule. Some of you are like, oh, my goodness, there's commercials playing, and I can't hear what's going on. Don't worry. It'll catch up to us, and we appreciate your indulgence and your patience there. We just wanted to make sure that we caught as much of that press conference as possible. Donald Trump saying in the aftermath of it, there's no deal until there's a deal, and gave no indication about really where they are in terms of what they agreed to. It's hard. All right, here's the deal. Donald Trump can't really agree to anything. Donald Trump can get Vladimir Putin to agree to offer certain things to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and then Trump has to take that stuff back to Zelensky and see if there's a possibility where he can get the two together. So there was never going to be, I mean, maybe if Putin had somehow agreed to a ceasefire, you can announce that tonight. That obviously did not occur. But you were never going to see a cessation of hostilities permanently tonight. You were never going to see some sort of quote-unquote deal tonight. And as Donald Trump said, well, don't take it from me, take it from the man himself. He said unless it's not going to play. Maybe it's not going to play. No deal until there's a deal. That's what the man said. No deal until there's a deal. And apparently it's no deal on my audio, which will not play. It's just going round and round in a circular pattern. And for some reason, that's the only one that's doing that. So, okay, anyway, I don't have the clip. I had an audio clip of Donald Trump saying there's no deal until there is a deal, but apparently that's not going to play for me.
I got it.
Well, Ken Weaver's got it. Ken, I should have gone to you to begin with. Donald Trump saying no deal until there's a deal?
There's no deal until there's a deal.
There we go.
I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe. Thank you very much.
So there's President Donald Trump offering his assessment as to what went down. A 3-hour conversation. Many of you saying it was a big nothing burger. I don't know that it was a big nothing burger. I don't know that we'll know until, you don't want to show your cards on that stage, I don't suppose. We can hold out hope that maybe something came of this. I don't know that anything did come of this. We'll find out. We don't know now. We will not know today. Donald Trump said there was great progress made, but we didn't get there today. Where's there? Ceasefire. Where's there? A stopping of the killing. And obviously, there you go. Now, most of you are criticizing me for my commentary over the international dateline. I understand that you go, technically, I guess there is no now. There's only, you don't go from yesterday till tomorrow. There has to be today, right? That was the only thing I was saying about that. There's not right? You go from yesterday till today. You don't go from yesterday till tomorrow. Otherwise, you skip today. And now you've traveled in time, which maybe you can do at the international dateline. I've never been there. Your thoughts, 615-737-9986. George says, I haven't heard this many commercials. George, you've got to be listening online. I'm sure you are. We're off schedule online. I did that. It's my fault. I think it'll re-rack and get back on schedule when we get back on our own schedule here in the 6 o'clock hour at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So no deal until there is a deal. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin taking to the stage. Putin being very complimentary of his. And Putin said something interesting, too. He said that he agreed with Donald Trump that if Trump had been president, that there perhaps would not have been any conflict in Ukraine. He actually said as much, which is a very interesting comment that I expect that the mainstream media will pick up on at some point or another. So 615-737-9986. Louis, do we need to go? We do that 20 break? Is that right? Is that what we're on? All right. All right. So we've got we're back on track. I think we're back on schedule now. And we'll get back to your calls, your commentary, what you think about what has just happened. Yes, 6313, Vladimir Putin did make his public statement. That was the female voice that you heard there on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We'll try to re-rack that and kind of reset it. It's 620 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy for Brian McLaughlin and the Tennessee Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center. Dr. Brian McLaughlin has a location in Murfreesboro and one in Brentwood, and he's between those two locations all the time. He and his staff help people all throughout Middle Tennessee sleep better at night, get more energy as a result, and he can help you stop snoring. If snoring's an issue in your household, it's a part of sleep apnea. I don't talk about it a lot because there are other, frankly, more serious aspects to sleep apnea involving your health. But snoring can cause a great schism in your relationship, in your marriage. Your significant other can't handle that snoring, then it can cause major problems. What if I told you there was an apparatus that fits in your mouth, that holds the airway open, that will eliminate or significantly reduce your snoring? Oh, yeah. It's out there, and it's at Brian McLaughlin's Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center. Call today for an appointment. You'll be happy you did. And friends, this can improve and protect your health. You'll feel more energetic. You'll feel better throughout the course of the day. It's the Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center found at TennesseeSleep.com. That's TennesseeSleep.com. All right, what's up, crew? Premier Generators wants you to be protected in case the power goes out. I've talked to my man, Generator Sean, about all of this, and he answers all of your generator questions. And if you've got questions, they have answers at Premier Generators. Can a generator power the whole house or just your essential appliances? Folks, with a Generac standby home generator, it powers 100% of your house. That's the biggest difference between having a portable generator and a home generator. You don't have to worry about appliances or the AC. The lights or the AC, they stay on with zero inconvenience to you. No fuel needed, no fumes. It's completely safe. They can tell you what type of home generator will be right for you and your family, depending on the size of your own home. You need to call them today. Get protected for the late summer, the fall, when the storms come and the power goes out. You want to be the home in the neighborhood that has 100% power from a Premier Generac generator. PremierGenerators.com or 855-797-4766. That's 855-PWR-ISON. Power is on. Get it? PWR-ISON. 855 Power is on.
President Actually, that's old.
Uh-oh.
President Trump and President Putin did not announce a ceasefire, but both said they came to agreements. We'll tell you about it at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Man, Ken Weaver's messing with my mind. I feel like we just stepped over the international date line.
I think we did. We stepped into yesterday.
We went into yesterday, and now we're back into today. Boom, boom. Just like that. Yes, you can step from yesterday till today. I just looked it up. Because I'm just that way. I'm such a nerd. You can step from you can step from yesterday till today, and you can step from today till tomorrow. But you can't step from yesterday till tomorrow, because if you do that, you skip today, and you can't do that. That's called time travel. So there you go. That's the skinny on the international date line. Here's what I do know. I know that tonight will be tomorrow when the clock strikes midnight, and when that happens, guess who's on the radio? Our own Dan Mandis of Nashville's Morning News. He can't get enough of you, and he's coming up tonight on Red Eye Radio, a very special presentation of Red Eye Radio tonight with our own Dan Mandis. Mandis at midnight, I like to call it, in advance of, I think Dan was talking about this morning, the possibility that he might do a special presentation considering this summit and the aftermath of the summit. And so Mandis will be all about it. Tonight, starting at midnight. Now, we're here till 7 o'clock, and Levin after that, and before you know it, it's midnight, and when the clock strikes, tune in, if you're up, to Red Eye Radio with our own Dan Mandis tonight on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Look, I don't know if we were setting ourselves, our mental selves, up for failure or not. I am not, in this case, attempting to be an apologist for Donald Trump, but a lot of you are suggesting, oh, my goodness, this was a big dud. I mean, like, for example, and I'm not faulting any of you. I won't name names, maybe numbers. But Nosy Neighbor says, Matt, I can't help but think the Putin summit was a bit stinky. See what he did there? Putin.
Yeah.
Putin. Stinky. Another person, I forgot. I lost the name. Joel says, this seems like it was a big dud to me. I don't know that we can judge it based on what they have said. Maybe it was. Donald Trump said there was progress made. He admitted that they didn't get there. Well, where's there? Well, I would think that there, in his mind, would be a ceasefire, an agreement to a ceasefire. Donald Trump has said from the beginning that he wants to eliminate the killing. He wants the killing to stop.
Well, and he can't announce a deal without Zelensky.
Well, that's right. And so we might be judging it a little prematurely, because Donald Trump said he's got to make a call to NATO. He's got to make a call to Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. He's got to talk to those folks about the conversations that were had. I think it would be out of bounds for Donald Trump to start discussing what he and Putin talked about without informing the other affected parties first. That just makes sense. So, Putin landed. As Sally has put it, and I don't know that you're wrong, Sally. Putin landed. Trump landed. They sat in their planes for a minute. They got out. They shook hands. They had a big old B-2 bomber fly over. They talked for 3 hours, and they said nothing to the press. Good night. And God bless. I don't know what else there is at this point. We have no idea what Vladimir Putin said to Donald Trump, except what we heard publicly on the stage, which was, niceties and platitudes and pleasantries and, oh, I like him and he likes me and we get along and our relationship could be better. And, Russia used to own Alaska. And that was about it. Let's get to the news. It's 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Talks between the U.S. and Russia on the war in Ukraine between President Trump and President Putin went over 2.5 hours. Both leaders say they have reached an agreement on Ukraine, but gave no details. Trump let Putin open the remarks.
Sooner or later, we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue.
President Trump.
There's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them.
So the summit involves several sessions, including a closed-door meeting, again, of nearly 3 hours, involving President Trump, President Putin, and 2 key aides from each side. Money News, Michelle Franzen.
The Dow was on track for its first record since December, fueled by a 13% jump in United Health stock after a regulatory filing showed Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway bought 5 million shares of the company. But the S&P and NASDAQ edged back from their record levels, pulled down by tech companies. Still, markets closing out another winning week. The Dow added 34 points, closing at 44,946. The S&P dipped 18, and the NASDAQ lost 87. Applied Materials, which help manufacture semiconductors and advanced displays, led Wall Street lower with a 13% drop, even though it reported better quarterly results than analysts expected. The company is forecasting a drop in current quarter revenue, blaming uncertainty and lower visibility in China. Target and Ulta have mutually agreed not to renew their partnership, which launched in 2021.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Right now in Well, we've also got Almaville here, 840 eastbound at Almaville Road. That's going to be exit 47. South Nashville, a crash, 24 eastbound at Murfreesboro Pike. And then Capitol View, a crash partially blocking the on-ramp 40 eastbound from Church Street. Over on the East Bank going westbound, got a crash at Shelby Avenue. And now in Brentwood, an accident on the right shoulder. That's going to be 65 northbound at Concord Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's going to feel 102 to me, not 105. Don't tell me how to feel about the weather. Hey, I'll tell you this, though. I know how you feel about bad European auto repair. It stinks. And you know what? You go into these auto shops, and they stink, too. The waiting room stinks, smells like old greasy rags and whatnot. And if that's been your experience, it's time for you to get with the best. It's time for you to get with Eurofix. Another thing that stinks, they keep your car forever. They don't do what they say they're going to do. They don't get it back to you when they say they're going to get it back to you. What was your experience at your last European auto repair shop? Well, if it was bad, you didn't go to Eurofix because they take these stink out of European auto repair. See what we did there? A free 15-minute no-wrench inspection, an estimate at every visit, never any high-pressure sales tactics. You get a 3-year nationwide warranty, a rental car with repair appointments, never pay dealer prices. Eurofix in Franklin, 100 Oaks, Murfreesboro, Belmead, and in Mount Juliet, right in my neck of the woods. Call 844-EUROFIX, 844-EUROFIX, or visit myEurofix.com. Tell them Matt Murphy sent you to myEurofix.com. All right. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We are pouring over all of the information that came out of the press conference between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. We're pouring over this enormous amount of information that came out of the 3-hour meeting. Oh, wait, there hasn't been any. Look, y'all, let not your heart be troubled, as the saying goes. Our good buddy Hannity says that on occasion on Fox News. Look, I'm not giving up. I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach. I'm going to hope for the best, because more than wanting to hate on Trump, which a lot of our friends in the mainstream media, quote-unquote friends in the mainstream media, are going to want to hate on Trump and suggest that nothing was accomplished. I don't know if anything was accomplished or not, and neither do you, and neither do they. You know, if Donald Trump had come out discussing the intimate details of the meeting that took in excess of 3 hours, well, wouldn't that be concerning that he did not walk through some of those details with Volodymyr Zelensky himself, the president of the Ukraine and Ukrainian people, or walk through it with NATO as well? I would think you would want to do that first. And I'm going to agree to wait and see exactly what the results are. Let's see what many of you have to say. I don't think Ray writes in and says, I don't think they would have sat and talked for almost 3 hours and not accomplished something. You know, who knows? You've got to have a willing participant. You've got to have a willing party. And the problem is Zelensky doesn't want to give up anything. He doesn't want to give up land concessions. The United States of America is not going to put up with Russia taking over areas of Ukraine where there are mineral deposits that we have already developed a mineral rights deal with Ukraine about. I mean, now you're getting into the wallets of the United States of America and our arrangement with Ukraine. That's our way of helping Ukraine rebuild their country in the aftermath of the war by purchasing minerals, lessening our dependence on other foreign sources for minerals to create things that have to go in our phones and our automobiles and our computer systems and whatnot. I mean, so there's an economic and financial component to this in the United States of America too. So it's a delicate balance of attempting to get Russia to concede and push back Russia from some of those lands that they've taken over violently, militarily, but at the same time, getting them to agree to some of that. So Putin opened up the press conference, which I thought was interesting. I don't know that I've ever seen that, but it was interesting. I don't believe that we were ever going to get immediate gratification. We were never going to get immediate notification. There was never going to be, as I said before the things came to a conclusion and they stepped out on the stage, you were not going to have a moment where they said, hey, ceasefire's happened and we've already announced it and war's over and everybody go home. And setting that as the standard of success is unfair to Donald Trump and all of the others in the midst of the negotiation. Zelensky needs to, and you're right, 2637 says Zelensky needs to be told, do you want this to be over or not? Yeah, Zelensky's got to concede some things too. And you don't want to reward bad behavior. I understand that. But you're going to have to give up a little something. Otherwise, you escalate the conflict and you bring more people into it, to include perhaps the United States of America. And my main goal is to prevent mission creep, to prevent boots on the ground from the United States of America. And I think that's Donald Trump's main goal is to stop the killing. I understand that. But secondarily to that, he doesn't want to allow the United States of America to creep its way slowly but surely into war. I think that's a priority of his as well. So Putin says, don't torpedo the progress to certain other leadership. Trump says the same. Hopefully there is progress to be reported on at some point. We've got it covered for you until 7 o'clock. Obviously, Mark Levin after that. And as I mentioned earlier tonight, Dan Mandis with a special Red Eye Radio to go over some of the finer details, which may be more revealing as the next few hours go on. I don't know if that's the case or not. I know this. I went to see Rod Stewart last night Group of us went out to the Rod Stewart concert, and someone asked me how Rod Stewart was. Rod Stewart was 80 years old, had a little cold. Voice wasn't quite what he wanted it to be per Rod Stewart, but what a great performance by him. What a great performance by Cheap Trick. For those asking, wanted to give you that quick review. Okay? Okay. And right, Mario, we didn't do nincompoops in the news for that. For that. What can I tell you? We'll have to double up on Monday. That's all I can say. Some of your commentary on the super text line, I think the fact that Trump scored a meeting with Putin is a win on U.S. soil, no less. Yeah, did you hear Putin right at the end there? He kind of, and Trump didn't take the bait. Trump didn't say yes, which is kind of funny. But Putin made the point that, it's appropriate that we're in Alaska. Alaska used to be Russian territory. There's a lot of Russian names of stuff over here, yada, yada, yada. Orthodox churches and the like. And then toward the end of the press conference, when Trump said, thanks for coming to American soil, and Putin said, next time, he said it in English too, next time in Moscow. Next time in Moscow. And Trump's, that's an interesting idea. There you go, Vladimir. Talking out of your butt. He didn't say that, but you get the idea. 49-31, I want my money back. Once again, I'm not saying the Russians aren't the good guys here. Vladimir Putin's not a good guy here. Zelensky, I don't think he's wearing the lily white hat that some in the liberal press want you to believe. He's angling for his own thing. I mean, the Ukrainian people are, well, not the people of Ukraine. I shouldn't say that. The Ukrainian government, I mean, they're corrupt and corrupted and corruptible. But they are also the ones that had their nation's borders invaded. And so you have to make an accounting for that. Zelensky, some are suggesting he doesn't want peace, that he's getting rich pushing the we can win. Zelensky doesn't have a card to play unless there are willing participants to continue to fund his war. And, I mean, that monetary spigot has been cut off by the president, Donald Trump. All right? You had to do that because otherwise there's not really an incentive on his side of things. Now, maybe there's still some money flowing from European nations, and I understand that there's certain armaments that we're still providing them. But Zelensky has to be told, look, that the monetary tap is over. It's time to get a ceasefire. Now, we don't have one today, but maybe we're a little bit closer. I mean, the world is better when the world is more peaceful. And outside of the Hamas-Israeli conflict in the Gaza Strip, I mean, this is the major conflict around the globe. I mean, it is the major conflict around the globe, even considering Israel and Hamas. And obviously, it's the big one, the one that Trump really hasn't tackled as of yet. I mean, he's 6 for 6 in negotiating these settlements. I didn't get a read on him today. Donald Trump doesn't pull his punches unless there's a reason to. Here's what I know about our man. If Vladimir Putin had attempted to big dog him in that meeting, if he had attempted to alpha dog Donald Trump, I think Donald Trump would have told the world that. Donald Trump's not afraid of Putin. Donald Trump doesn't seem to be afraid of anybody. And I believe him when he says that he would have called it like it was. And if he did not believe that there was an earnestness in the 3-hour meeting, he would have said so on the stage with Vladimir Putin standing right there. But he didn't do that, which gives me hope that there's a possibility moving forward. I think Donald Trump shares that hope. And perhaps, just perhaps, once we get Zelensky and the rest at the table, you can see something. And then get back to the business. Look, I'm ready to get back to the business of focusing on the United States of America, focusing on America, the business of America being business, focusing on our economy, focusing on energy production, focusing on the continued roundup of illegal alien activity, criminal illegal alien activity in the United States of America, and not worrying about foreign conflicts like this. That, yes, residually have something to do with us in terms of the world economy, but don't really have a hill of beans to do with us when it comes to Tennessee's economy. Now, speaking of Tennessee's economy, before we go, what do you think is going on the East Bank? You know, they finally sold the scrapyard, right? When I first got to Nashville and I was doing that, I was making a cultural tour of the city. I kept wondering what in the heck was going on with this scrapyard and why in the world that nasty thing would, well, look, it's private property and all of that. Well, it finally sold, and there's big speculation as to what is going there. I'll tell you about that sale that happened, as well as other economic developments going on in Nashville, Tennessee. And we'll wrap things up on a Friday edition. It is 10 till the top of the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello, fellas. Let's talk for a moment. I understand that when we talk about bedroom activity, that is a subject that many of you are like, whoa, Murphy, that's a little too close to home. Don't want to talk about that with you. Well, I get it. I understand it. But here's the deal, friends. For most of you men, it's not going to go away on its own. And it's time that we dealt with the situation with facts, and we dealt with it with a straightforward, in a straightforward manner. And the bottom line is this. If you've noticed issues in the bedroom, those need to be taken care of. And right now, the Tennessee Men's Clinic can help you do that. Sometimes a combination of treatments will finally unlock results that you've been missing. Too many guys rely on pills that don't work or come with nasty side effects. There are better treatments available for you. If you have felt the sting of, I'll say, performance issues and you're in your middle age, there is an opportunity for success for you with the Tennessee Men's Clinic. These aren't cookie-cutter treatments. Tennessee Men's Clinic is urology-based. It is staffed with multiple licensed providers, and they specialize in men's health, more specifically in men's sexual health. They use proven treatments tailored to your specific situation. All right? So, gentlemen, let's get back in the game at Tennessee Men's Clinic. Go to TennesseeMen'sClinic.com or call 615-208-9090. Let's go, fellas. 615-208-9090 for the Tennessee Men's Clinic. Hello, folks. Matt Murphy for Genesis Diamonds. You know, it's not just in their name, diamonds. It's in their DNA. They dream about diamonds. They think about diamonds. They obsess about diamonds. Diamonds are their life. They go to the ends of the earth to find them. And when they do, they select only the best to bring back to their shops in Green Hills and Cool Springs. The experts at Genesis are passionate about diamonds, and they will show you all of the inside tips and tricks of the trade to maximize value. As a matter of fact, they love educating people about diamonds. Genesis is your source for hand-picked GIA-certified diamonds at the guaranteed best prices. Ovals, rounds, princess cuts, emerald cuts, heart-shaped, pear-shaped. They have them all at Genesis Diamonds. It is a no-brainer. When the time comes, maybe a birthday or an anniversary, or guys, just because, boy, it would be a home run gift to get a beautiful bracelet or a pendant from Genesis Diamonds. And don't worry, if you don't know what you're doing, never you fear. They'll feed you baby birds. They'll walk you through the store. They'll help you out, give you a beverage, and answer any and all of the questions that you might have. Genesis Diamonds, no compromises. Go by, see them today in Green Hills and Cool Springs. Tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Genesis. Super Talk 99.7 WTN, Matt Murphy, the Matt Murphy Radio Show, winding down on this Friday edition. You know, there's a limit to things that I like to consider myself an adventurous kind of guy. I mean, I jumped out of an airplane a couple of times. Of course, I had somebody with me jumping. I promised myself that I'd get to the point where I could do a solo jump, but I never got there. But, you know, I always like to say I'll try just about anything one time. I think there's something that I just saw on social media that I don't know that I would try. Now, Elon Musk has his he's got his tunnel coming. The boring company, they're already digging the hole over there. They got the tunnel coming, right, to Nashville. And I'm on the record. I'm all about it. I love it. It's futuristic in its nature. You know, it's dedicated Tesla vehicles, like an Uber-type situation, underground, going from B&A Airport to downtown. And, I love, Hands calling it the B&A hole. I get it. I mean, it's funny, but I love it. I'm too positive on it to call it anything other than the Music City Loop. Woo. But Musk is he's always on the cutting edge of this thing, and he promoted something yesterday on the X machine that I don't know that I would do. China is testing currently a vacuum-based high-speed train. And Elon Musk has been talking about this for a while now, called the Hyperloop. The ultra-fast vacuum tube magnetic levitation system is said it's being built and being tested between Shanghai and Hangzhou. I don't know where Hangzhou. I mean, the distance is 200 kilometers. You know how fast this thing goes? 1,000 kilometers an hour. Don't worry, I'll do the math for you. That's 621 miles an hour. Okay, so good for them. That's great. That's wonderful. I'm going to need some proof of performance before I'm getting in that thing. 621 miles an hour? I know airplanes go almost that fast. I mean, airplanes, can get up to, they can cruise at 500, I guess, something along those lines. I don't know that I'm getting in a magnetic levitation vacuum system that travels 621 miles an hour. But, more power to you if you do. It would take you 9 minutes to go 200 kilometers at that speed, by the way. And you can do the math on that. 200 kilometers, that's about 120 miles. 9 minutes, 120 miles. And 32.25 beat me to the joke. I'm going to go ahead and say I think the vacuum train really sucks. Hey-oh, let's see what I did there. I'm going to need proof of braking before I get into that thing. Now, I'll get into the Tesla tunnel. I'm all about some of that. All right, that wraps it up for us. Don't forget, Dan Mandis coming up tonight. He's going to have a special Red Eye Radio this evening. Mark Levin's next, and of course you got the best of Han, the best of Benson, and then Dan Mandis, our own, from Nashville's Morning News to Mandis at midnight. A special edition of Red Eye Radio starting this evening. Louis, thank you, brother. You do a great job as always.
Man, no problem. I'm glad to be here.
Trying conditions today. Louis handled every bit of it with professionalism. I love moving and shaking things around. Thanks to Ken Weaver, and most importantly, thanks to you. Have a wonderful weekend, friends. We'll see you on Monday. Until then, hug your loved ones. So long, everybody.